Hi everybody, this is Student Meteorologist Josh Millay here with your 1 a.m. weather forecast. So right now we're looking at Tampa Bay right now, and we're right now seeing some clouds, especially along the line of clouds right over here that extends towards the buildings over here, and right now we're starting to see more just calm skies starting to clear out, and then as we also see, we're here at Raymond James Stadium. Again, same pattern as just across the way from Tampa. It's pretty clear outside. However, one thing you have to keep in mind is while the weather is clear, the storm surge is still present, so you need to make sure that you're not going anywhere near the water and you're not doing anything. If anything, you're staying away from the water as much as possible and staying in shelter at this point. We are actually, sorry, my mistake. That's actually Jacksonville right now. So again, same pattern as in Tampa, just clear outside. However, we are nowhere out of the woods yet. There'll be stronger, more ominous weather to come later on today as Idalia passes through. So, as we look over at Cedar Key, again, while it's looking more or less cloudy, but back at the last hour, we also saw that there was some rain over here. So there could still be rain going on, but we will go to radar just to check. It should be cleared out, but we're going over to Cedar Key to see how the rain's going over there right at this moment. So as you're still seeing, the rain is still very much like right over here at this point, but it's also moving more or less. It should be moving eastward. So, however, so it will start to line up a bit. But keep in mind, there's also some heavier rain bands just between Cedar Key and Cross City. We also have some stronger rain bands down near Inverness and Spring Hill. So if you're on the western side of Orlando in Lake Sumter and going into Tampa Bay area, we still very much have rain that we couldn't see on the cameras because of how dark because of it being nighttime. So we are still having these outer bands that go all the way down if we can zoom out, and especially that go all the way down from Fort Myers area, all the way up to Cedar Key and going up into Big Bend. So we do have a lot of weather still going on at this point. You need to take a look, especially as you were seeing earlier, we saw some bands going up into the Fort Myers area, but now it's starting to work its way back into the Tampa area. So we have some stronger rainstorms just west of Placid Lakes, also just in Port Charlotte and east of Bradenton. But if we move our way up, we're also seeing that strong pattern go into Polk County, but also go into Sumter and Lake County as well as into Spring Hill. So if you're along the I-75 corridor, which you shouldn't be, you need to be taking shelter at this moment. There's no reason for you to drive unless you are seeking better shelter. Stay put, stay in place. Don't try to outrun the weather. You're not gonna win that fight. Let's be honest, and let's just be safe. So let's go back over to Big Bend area, and we're gonna actually, as you're seeing, going from Gainesville, we're seeing some lighter rain, but as you get to Cross City, we're seeing some heavier rain starting to work its way into Cross City itself. Here in Tallahassee, actually, we're actually seeing some light rain, so we haven't been getting hit with anything just yet. But keep in mind, this storm is expecting to come through, and we're expecting models to come through and go into Tallahassee, just either Tallahassee itself in Leon County, or go into Jefferson City. And right now we are 150 miles. Thank you, Elizabeth, for that. So we are if it's moving around 17 miles an hour, I'm guessing it would get in here in around 8 to 10 hours. So that is so we should expect landfall around 9 to 11 a.m. So get that sleep now. Make sure you don't take off those alerts, because those alerts could be the ones that save your life. You need to make sure that you have your weather radios ready and you have your phones charged up. So another thing I want to zoom out is see Idalia and just see the storm itself as a whole. Oh, thank you. So we are seeing that it's starting to have really good eye formation, and that's just going to allow the storm to strengthen even further, which is not even good. And currently we are at a Category 2, but at any moment now we could be expecting a Category 3 with the formation. So as you go to the IR satellite, which will show the which is great at seeing the storm at nighttime. We're seeing the darker colors here near the eye. That means that the clouds are colder and thus higher, and because of that, that means that that's perfect for storm intensification. We're also seeing stronger bands going into Fort Myers and also working its way up into Tampa. And we're also, another thing to keep in mind is we've been also seeing stronger bands as well that were in Tallahassee and Jacksonville, but they have since now started to dissipate and move off to the north. So while these bands are starting to dissipate, these outer bands are starting to dissipate and weaken to an extent, you're not out of the woods because the band right now that's going up, there's still a band that's going all the way up here and that's going to swing back around and hit Jacksonville. So that's one thing you need to keep an eye on. You do not want to underestimate the fact that you're on the outer bands, that you can't get any, you're not in any danger. You need to shelter in place. Make sure you follow those alerts. Make sure you're prepared and be ready to evacuate if needed. But as we move on to our visible satellite, we are seeing that the storm is very much gathering and is very much starting to form, especially that eye wall. You see that it's forming really well and that it's starting to really clear out and be more well defined. We also are seeing, as you see earlier, that we're having these outer bands not only hitting Tallahassee and Jacksonville and moving north, but the bands that are swinging around to Tampa and Fort Myers are also starting to do the same thing and swing upwards towards Daytona Beach and Jacksonville. So for those in Jacksonville, keep in mind, just because you're hit by the outer bands, it's not going to be, you won't get constant rain, but you will get rain, and that is something you need to be on the lookout for. You also want to be, and because of this storm is starting to definitely shift northward, if you're on the beach already, you need to make sure you get off, because at this point you really shouldn't be there, and you should be evacuating. You should have been evacuated, and you need to be ready to go and be in a sturdy shelter at this time. So again, make sure that your phones are active. Make sure your phones are on and charged, and make sure you're ready. You're prepared, ready to go, and you're informed. Now I'm going to pass things off to Robert, who will tell us more about Idalia.
Right. Thank you, Josh. Again, Idalia, a very dangerous storm, continuing to move towards the north, and the NHC still has it as a Category 4 at landfall somewhere in the area of Taylor County, Jefferson County, that region just east of Tallahassee. So if you are on the coast here, if you're even just nearby the coast, then a few miles, you should really be either in a sturdy structure that you know is on higher ground and will be far away from surge, or you need to be going to that shelter within right now, basically, because the brunt of the storm is about to make its way into Tallahassee and the greater Big Bend area, and we'll start to really see conditions rapidly deteriorate here starting at around 2 a.m., so about 1 hour from now. If you're anywhere on the coast, this surge will be dangerous, and you're already seeing it in many places on the coast. So it is important to remember that we are still seeing these conditions continue to deteriorate, and they will do so until probably Wednesday late afternoon into Wednesday night. So here is our current sky cam here. Things cloudy right now, not seeing too much disturbed weather at the moment, but these storms are really going to impact the area coming up soon, and this is the culprit right over here, Hurricane Idalia. We also have Hurricane Franklin and Tropical Depression 11, but these are not concerns for us right now. It is Hurricane Idalia that we're watching for this Category 4 landfall in the Panhandle here. Again, it's going to take a little bit of a northeast turn here, very slight. We're not really going to see a huge turn, and we're already starting to see it take a little bit of a turn here as it starts to jog towards the north. But just looking at the size of the storm, it's a powerful one. As it moves towards the north and east, it's definitely a major hurricane. You don't want to be playing around with this storm. This is the kind of storm we just did not want to see come up this way towards Tallahassee, and we haven't seen up in anywhere in this part of the Big Bend for many decades. In fact, we haven't seen a storm this strong in the Big Bend. There was one that was a Cat 3 over here in 1950, and there was one that was a Cat 3 over here in the 1800s. But aside from that, that's it for the Big Bend. We haven't seen a storm this strong ever in recorded history, at least for the Big Bend, and that's going back until the 1800s. So this is an unprecedented storm. We're not using words to hype, just really underscore how serious the situation is, and there's really not a lot of room for error in this forecast anymore. Of course, we could see some shifts back and forth, but at this point, it's so close to landfall that it's pretty much guaranteed. If you're in the Big Bend, you're going to see impacts from this storm, and it's likely to make landfall somewhere in this area right here, just east of Tallahassee. So again, the NHC track, very reputable track, one we trust here with the way the storm is working out. As it moves off towards this direction, it ultimately becomes a hurricane and it weakens into a tropical storm. Again, we're going to take a little bit of a look outside here. Cedar Key, this is where we're watching for that dangerous surge up to maybe even 10 plus even more feet. So imagine several people stacked on top of each other. We're getting to 15 feet. You don't want to be in that kind of surge. That will overtop the first floor, maybe even second floor of some houses. And just here is a satellite showing how big of a beast this storm is. And you really need to take this one seriously. The overcast of this storm goes all the way from Panama City in the west to Daytona Beach in the east. And we're seeing heavy rain, high winds, and lightning, also maybe even a possible tornado or two throughout the day earlier with this storm as it moves off. And the central part of this storm, I looked on the radar earlier, of course, is shooting from Florida, so it's shooting well up into the storm. So harder to get an idea of what the winds are at the surface, but up in the storm, we're seeing winds well over 110 miles per hour. And that's what the NHC currently has the storm pegged at, for 110 miles per hour. Now, we are watching for aircraft recon to go in there and see what the storm actually is for us. At the moment, we don't have any planes going there right now, but we are going to be watching several flights going towards the storm soon. There's one in progress at the moment that will hopefully give us a better idea of whether Idalia is actually a major hurricane or not. It's at that 110 level, and we are going to be seeing it. 115 is what we need for a Category 3, and I wouldn't be surprised at the next advisory once we get that recon data and if it actually is a Category 3. So here's the live radar showing that even still, we saw some of these outer bands in Fort Myers earlier, still seeing a lot in Fort Myers. If we could zoom this out a little bit just to get the whole wider section with this storm. This is our tornado watch here. Still seeing that chance for tornadic conditions in the eastern half of the storm. Really anywhere you need to be staying tuned just in case, but the eastern half is favored for those storms that could really spin up and maybe produce a weak tornado here. And that's not, I say weak, but don't take that lightly. Weak tornadoes can still cause damage, and they can still be life-changing for those who they impact. So again, if you are under a tornado warning, go into that interior lowest level room of your house. And you want to get as far away from the outside walls as possible. If you can get to that lowest level of your house, that's what's best. And I also want to emphasize something we might look towards in the future. With these kind of storms that are this strong, major hurricanes, Category 3+, you'll sometimes see a warning called an extreme wind warning issued. I'm not necessarily saying that's going to happen here. I'm just saying off of history, we've seen that happen with these storms. If that's issued, it's basically like a tornado. You want to get to the center of that house, as close to the center as possible on the lowest floor. You do not want to be in a mobile home. That is not survivable. You want to be in a brick structure with a sturdy base. At that storm, a sturdy concrete foundation, that will get you through it. Same like a tornado. And even if you're not under that extreme wind warning, if you're under a hurricane warning or even a tropical storm warning, that's really some good advice to take advantage of still. Go to that center of that house and be in a sturdy structure because these winds are going to be packing a punch. The worst of the storm is still off the coast. So if you think right now you're on the coast here, Nature Coast, Big Bend Coast, you think, well, it's not that bad right now. We're seeing maybe 20 miles per hour. The worst is still well off the coast. So we still have a few hours at least until we start seeing the worst here. And here are those models showing it going to be tracking up through basically just east of Tallahassee is what we're looking for. This area, possibly Jefferson County into Taylor County, that's where we're looking for that landfall site right now. That's why we're so concerned about the impacts of Tallahassee from this, because we're basically going to get grazed by the eye here. It's what it looks like it's going to happen. And that's going to be, yes, we don't see the worst of it in the eye wall, but we'll still see very heavy winds, very strong rain with this storm, and possible widespread power outages. So one last thing I want to mention here. This storm still has a good bit of runway here. The storm is right here. So this is where the storm is. Here is where it's going to make landfall. We still have about 6 to 10 hours before it's going to make landfall, and that is some really warm sea surface temperatures we have here, well over 80 degrees. This is some of the warmest sea surface temperatures we've seen in the Gulf in quite a long time. So this is going to still have the chance to get up to a Category 4 storm before it makes landfall here in this part of the Big Bend here. So that's why we're just so worried about this storm. We're keeping you updated on an hourly basis, and once it gets a little bit closer, we'll start wall-to-wall coverage all the way through until the storm leaves, and we won't leave you once we are getting close to that landfall time. We're just worried that this storm, it's Category 3. We can get well up into that Category 4 level as it continues. So we'll continue to track the storm as we go to the future, but I'm going to pass things off to explain the Saffir-Simpson scale with Heather.
Thanks, Robert. So the Saffir-Simpson scale is how we measure the strength and intensity of hurricanes. So a Category 1 hurricane, you're going to see some winds 74 to 95 miles an hour. the Saffir-Simpson scale is measured by wind speed. Earlier, yesterday morning, this hurricane was a Category 1. Now it is a Category 2 with winds around 110 miles an hour. So any minute now, this could strengthen into a Category 3 hurricane, winds between 111 miles an hour to 130 miles an hour. Here, you're going to see a lot of coastal flooding, major of your homes, and widespread power outages. But as of right now, the hurricane is forecast to be a Category 4 at landfall, which is a really extreme situation, something that you need to be aware of and prepared for, because this is truly an unprecedented event for this region of Appalachia Bay. And Category 5 hurricane is absolutely catastrophic. Thankfully, we will not be dealing with that situation here, but it really is just a really strong situation. But something else that you need to be aware of with this storm is the storm surge. The storm surge is the #1 cause of death in hurricanes, so it's something that you do not want to underestimate. The normal sea surface level is here, but when the storm surge occurs, that pushes a lot of water onto the shore and causes those levels to rise and causes a lot of flooding. It is a real big concern. But some areas being impacted by this hurricane are expecting 12+ feet of storm surge, which will easily cover the first story of your home. So if you're in those regions along Appalachia Bay, you need to be aware of this risk and you need to be further inland. Listen to the emergency management officials in your town. Now, during the storm, you need to stay aware and listen for emergency alerts. Have multiple ways to receive these alerts because you might lose power. Make sure all of your devices are charged. Make sure you have a weather radio if you can. Have your phone notifications on so you're always aware of any potential risks that are coming up with these storms. There is a risk of spin-up tornadoes, so always just be aware for any future watches and warnings. Again, with that risk, you need to take refuge. Stay in a secure building. If you need to stay in an interior room away from windows, find something to cover yourself. Just make sure you have a safe place to go. And avoid high flood waters. Stay inside and go to the highest floor. Flooding is a major risk, even inland flooding with this hurricane, so that is just something to be aware of. After the storm, pay attention to your local officials for information and instructions. These are the professionals. This is their job. They know what they're talking about, and it's their job to keep you safe. Avoid electrical equipment and floodwaters. It's really hard to tell how deep the water may be, so stay off the roads and turn around, don't drown. Also, save your phone calls for emergencies and document damages because cell service is going to be really patchy, so you just want to prioritize those important calls. Do not wade through floodwaters because if there's any electrical equipment that has fallen, any live wires, that can be really dangerous. Don't run generators inside buildings or near vents, and don't touch down power lines. These are all very dangerous situations, so just something to be aware of after the storm. You need to be aware that the center of the storm stays within the cone, but the effects are going to be very widespread. So that is something to be aware of. Even if you're not in the cone, you're still going to be feeling impacts, tropical storm force wind gusts, possibly stronger gusts, locally higher rain amounts. So all of these things are very big risks and just things that you need to be aware of after the storm. Moving on, I am just going to hand things off to Josh.
Thanks, Heather. So right now we're going to go over our current altitude warning. So as you see, most of western Florida, such as from Tallahassee, going into southern Georgia, and going down the coast down to Tampa Bay, is under a hurricane warning. Now, that means that we will have hurricane conditions imminently in the next 36 hours. Probably, it'll actually be way less than that. So, my apologies. But on the eastern coast, going up from Brevard County up the Space Coast into eastern Georgia, as well as down into Fort Myers area, we'll still be under that tropical storm warning. So it's a lot weaker of conditions, but we'll have these conditions as of right now. These warnings are in effect, so you need to be taking them seriously and be ready to act. You don't have any, and as we're seeing the GFS model showing the forecasted wind speeds. Around 5:30, you're going to expect winds of at least 81 miles an hour, so practically hurricane force winds off the coast of Tallahassee and the Big Bend coast coming in. And as we go into this, as we go through the morning, these winds will go through, and by the end of by evening today through tomorrow morning, they'll be gone and will be clear of the storm. Now the Euro model is going to be also showing the same thing. Around 6:25 tomorrow, we'll be seeing tropical storm hurricane force winds coming off the coast, off the Big Bend coast, and as we go through the morning into the afternoon, we're going to see it go through and do its thing. And by late afternoon, early evening, it'll clear out of our area. So we should be able to. We'll expect the worst of the weather to come into this morning, going into early afternoon. So as you see our flood potential, right now we're at Tallahassee. The Tallahassee coast, or just south of Tallahassee, actually has moderate risk, with Tallahassee, Gainesville, and Tampa all under just a slight risk. But going into later today, that risk will be to increase to moderate across Tallahassee to Albany, going through Macon and central Georgia into the Carolinas. We're going to be seeing that risk go to moderate. So that flood potential is going to be a lot higher than ever because of the storm we'll be passing through. And also we'll keep those risks also as light in Gainesville and Tampa. So another thing that you'll also want to keep in mind is if we go to our GFS rain forecast, we'll be expecting rain, especially the most rain, to be going through central Tallahassee, up through Jefferson County, as well, and going into southern Georgia. This is going to be very important because that increases our chances for flood and will directly contribute to that flooding. So you need to be careful. Again, as we've said before, turn around, don't drown. There'll be many places such as along US 90, for example, or even maybe I-10 that may be underwater or with standing water. So you don't try to go through there. And also, as we said earlier, there's also some chances of like flooded waters having electrical equipment that could be really dangerous. So don't try that as well. As we go to our next model, the Euro rainfall forecast is showing the exact same thing. So at this point, you're not going to be really worrying about the forecast itself. You're going to be more worried about what they're saying, which is they're both saying that we should expect rainfall, the most rainfall in the Tallahassee region, going up into southwestern Georgia. So you need to make sure that, so it's important that you just stay put and wait until you're given the all clear to go. So we go to our active alerts right now. We're seeing across the Forgotten Coast and going down into Tampa Bay area, we have a storm surge warning. As you said before, if you have evacuated, you need to go do that now if you can. And you need to get to not only higher ground, but get further away from the coast. You need to run from the water and hide from the winds. And as we zoom in, we'll see that last until Friday night, just because as the rain is still, the forecast is still, the hurricane is still going through and running its course. So that alert will still be in effect. And finally, so you need to make sure that if you're at the coast, stay far away from the coast as much as possible. Don't try to go anywhere near it just to check it out, even if you're given the all clear. Just unless you're given the all clear by officials, because if you aren't sure, then you could get stuck in stranded waters, and the chop could be very, very strong and very dangerous. So you don't want to try to go and do anything and put yourself in harm's way at all. So make sure that you don't. So make sure when you go that you follow the alerts, and make sure you don't silence your alerts at all. Make sure you have a plan ready to go. So I'll pass things off and give it to Robert to close out the show.
All right, thank you, Josh. We're going to do one last look at our radar, one last look at our
That engine was sloppy.
our IR and our satellite, and then we'll do a quick before we close out. We will start more coverage back at 2. So again, we're continuing our live coverage all the way throughout tonight. We will be continuing to do live updates at the start of every hour for 30 minutes, and then our current plan is at 6 a.m. We will do wall-to-wall coverage with the eye wall of Hurricane Idalia making its way into the Tallahassee area. So right now here is the live radar. We're seeing, it actually looks like there is a tornado warning in effect for a storm. It looks like it is in Citrus County there, I believe. Or sorry, no, I completely misread that. I saw what it was red there, thought that was a tornado warning. That's actually just the outline of that tornado watch there, excuse me, for that one. But we will keep you updated if there are any tornado warnings there. You want to be right on top of that to make sure you are aware. So we do have this eye of the storm right here. It is very clearly evident with the eye wall. It looks like there are very strong storms forming the core of that storm, and it is moving basically due north. We're watching right now. This is in the watch and wait time frame. We're watching to see when this storm takes that crucial turn. When it starts to turn, that's when we know exactly how the impacts in Tallahassee will be. If it keeps going north and it keeps continuing north almost all the way up until the coastline, we could see probably some of the worst effects from the storm here in Tallahassee. I hate to say that because we'll have the eye wall go over us. But if it starts that turn a little bit earlier, say about halfway into the coast here, and it goes out towards Perry will unfortunately see the worst effects. Tallahassee won't see quite as bad, but with this storm, unfortunately, it seems like someone is going to see bad effects from this storm, and we wish that on no one, but it just is how this storm works. But at the end of the day here, no matter if it does take that turn earlier or later, here in Tallahassee and Perry and across the Big Bend area of Florida, we're likely still to see pretty severe effects across the area. So we can zoom out a little more just to put this in perspective with the rest of the Big Bend. There's Cross City. I know we've talked quite a bit about Cross City because of that flooding potential you have just south of Cross City in Cedar Key. This whole area is fairly marshy into Cross City and Taylor County, so we expect possibly 10 feet of storm surge in some locations in the coast here. That's why we're so concerned about that. That's what we really have at play here. And I also want to point out here is basically the northern edge of this storm. We're seeing a little bit of rain banding here in Tallahassee, but it's not quite to the level that we've seen with the storm yet. This is basically the edge of the tropical storm force conditions. Here in Tallahassee, we're seeing sustained gusts up to maybe 20 miles per hour right now. Not really worrying yet, but don't let your guard down, because once this gets here, we'll have our tropical storm force. And then depending on the track of the storm, if we have this coordinate here, we can see Cat 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 conditions here in the city. So that's the radar. Let's look at the satellite to show you how this storm is developing at the moment. Right now, what we're looking here is the eye. This is the eye right in the middle here. You can pretty clearly see those lighter colors there. And what this is showing, for those of you who don't know, the IR satellite is showing what the temperatures of the cloud tops are. The reason that's important is, higher up in the atmosphere, it's colder. So if your cloud top is colder, that means it's higher. And the reason we care about the height of the tops is the higher your tops, that means the stronger the storm. And if you're looking for intensification here, you're looking for stronger storms closer to the center of that storm. You can see these almost like into blacks and charcoals and reds here. Those are your higher tops, which means these are your stronger storms near the center of it. We're also looking for lower colors in the middle here, that eye. We basically want to see no storms in there if you want the storm to intensify. We don't. We want to see the storm fall apart as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, at this point, we're a little bit too late for that. We do want to see the storm weaken, but it looks like at this point, it just has a lot of runway here to go and a lot of warm water. I wouldn't be surprised to see this storm at a Cat 4 at landfall. Here's your satellite here, just one more look, showing how clearly that eye has developed. It's sort of closing off a little bit, might be doing an eye wall replacement cycle soon. What that means in simple terms is it's trying to expand the eye wall, and what it will do there is it could keep the intensity at a low while it is doing that, but we haven't seen signs that it's trying to do that yet. So that's our one saving grace for maybe keeping the intensity as low as possible. We haven't seen that yet, and if it doesn't happen, we'll probably intensify all the way up until landfall. But if it does happen, that will be good for us, because that means it's going to be a lower end storm as it gets into landfall. But even then, it would still be a Cat 3, Cat 2 kind of major hurricane status with that storm there. So one more time, let's just take a look at the satellite here, showing you where the storm's going to go. It's going to make its way north and east here as we go towards Tallahassee, and as it gets here, it could be a Category 4 storm. So your main key threats with this storm are going to be widespread power outages, seeing a chance for heavy rainfall and very gusty winds. You're going to want to be indoors as soon as possible with this storm. Stay as sheltered as possible. Get to the center of your house. If you see any warnings issued, you do not want to be outside during this storm. You want to be taking shelter. The time preparations are over. Inside is the best place from now until basically Wednesday evening. You have no more time to go outside if you're anywhere in the Big Bend, Tallahassee, anywhere in Perry, that whole area. We'll keep you updated right here at FSU Weather. We're going to take a break for now, but we'll come back right back here at 2 a.m. and we'll continue at every hour until the eyewall gets here, and then we'll do live wall-to-wall coverage. Thank you.
meteorologist. I'm here to guide you through your 2 a.m. with the forecast. So right now we are looking back over Tampa Bay. We still have the rain coming. It does look cloudy, but keep in mind there's still some rain that could be off in the far distance. We'll go to radar and confirm that. And right now, as you look at Jacksonville, it looks the power's still on, thank goodness. But also you need to keep. But also, it's still very cloudy, and there could be some chance of rain. We will go take a look at the radar to confirm that. Cedar Key, we're very cloudy at this moment, but we're probably gonna have some rain still coming through as those hour bands will be wiping across the western coast of the state. Now, going to our live radar, we are seeing the cross city in the Cedar Key all getting hit with some moderate rainfall over here, and then as we zoom out a little bit, we're going to start seeing that hour band coming on shore. Now keep in mind, you see all this yellow zone going down from Cedar Key down towards Fort Myers. That's just that we're under a tornado watch. If anything, let's zoom in into Polk County, into southern Polk County, near Avon Park. We want to see if there's a tornado warning in Avon Park going towards Frostproof. We want to see if that has expired. Yeah, it has expired, so it's no longer there. So we won't worry about that. We do want to keep it focused on Polk County and Southwest Florida, because we still have that strong band of storms coming through here along the squall line. So as we are seeing, this isn't if you're down in Fort Myers area and you're starting to in Southwest Florida, you're starting to clear out the storm, but you're not out of the woods just yet. You need to still follow those proper safety precautions. Stay in your shelters. Don't try to go out for whatever reason. I don't know why you want to go out at this point. It's 2 a.m. Stay home, and then, but let's go back up towards the I-75 corridor. So right here. So we are seeing Polk County. We're seeing a big strong line of rain going from Fort Meade all the way through Lakeland, and then also this strong line is still making this counterclockwise line from going all the way through up to Spring Hill, connecting back up to the coast. So you need to make sure that so it is important that you don't try to go outside if at all. Just at this point, it's too late to try to do anything, get any supplies. Just stay inside. Just weather out the storm in your home right now. You should only leave if it is absolutely necessary for you to leave, where your shelter that you've chosen at this point is starting to become a dangerous area. So as we move in, we're actually going into, as you see, this is where the tornado warning was. But as you see, there's still heavy rain in Avon Park and Frostproof. The tornado warning has since expired. So make sure that if you are in this area, that you need to just keep an eye out, because again, we're still under tornado watch. It just doesn't mean that there is a tornado, but that there's also the conditions are right for one. So keep this in mind, as this alert will expire in 4 hours at 6 a.m. So as you zoom out, we just see a little bit of a couplet over here in Avon Park earlier, but it has since expired. And now we're going to go back to our IR satellite. So what this means is that, as you see here at the darker colors, that means that it's going to be colder, especially around the southern and western side of the eye wall, and going into the eye. That means that since it's going to be colder, the clouds are also going to be higher. Thus allowing it for a stronger storm, as the clouds will be able to rise a lot more into the atmosphere, and that's very bad, because it will allow for more storm intensification as it makes its way up to Tallahassee. In fact, the storm has just intensified from a Category 2 hurricane now to a Category 3. So now it's official. It's an official major hurricane. You need to be, if you're not taking this seriously as you should have been, this is the time to take it seriously now, and make sure and realize that this could be very much a threat to life. You need to not be, again, it's too late to prepare. It's time to act. Make sure you shelter in place. Stay in the innermost room of your house, and make sure you have your phones charged, your weather radios on handy, and don't try anything, and just don't try anything that'll get you in danger. So as you are seeing, a lot of the stronger storms, as well as going through Fort Myers here and working its way up towards the Orlando area, going through Seminole County and back to Daytona. So for those in Orlando, you need to keep an eye on that, because that's, while you're not going to get hit with the major brunt of Idalia, you're still going to have the outer bands, and that can still cause a lot of damage. And as we see, this storm is going to be working its way up through into the Big Bend area, and we should be expecting to see that sometime around early morning, probably like 8 to 10 a.m. So if you are going to be going there, you need to make sure. So at this point, it's too late to leave. You need to just shelter in place, as we've been saying. So as you're seeing, these clouds going from Fort Myers stretching all the way through the Florida Peninsula is pretty much part of the storm. This storm is very much well formed, although it does look like the eye is maybe trying to do like an eye replacement, which is actually good for us, because that allows not only the eye wall to expand, but the storm to weaken for a bit, because the eye wall is starting to weaken itself. So but however, but keep this in mind, it may work in our disadvantage at the same time, because it's going to slow the storm down and give the storm time for it to strengthen. In fact, originally we were around 12 a.m. we were at 18 miles per hour when it was traveling, but now it's slowed down to 15. So it does have some more time for the storm to move and strengthen as well, and we could possibly see a Category 4 landfall in the Big Bend area. And as we've been saying before, this is unprecedented, because we've never had a major hurricane landfall in recorded history. Even the recent ones have been as strong as Idalia. So you have to make sure that this is not a storm. This is something you need to take seriously. You need to be ready. You don't want to play around with this, and you need to be taking those safety precautions now during the storm, and especially after the storm, because after the storm there can be down trees, down power lines. You don't want to try to, and even just major flooding, you don't want to try to go through the flooded waters or even try to go outside without getting the all clear. So now we're going to move over to Robert, who's going to tell us more about the storm.
Right, so again, important to know as we're looking at the satellite, the storm is continuing to strengthen, and it has now reached major hurricane status and expected to get at least to a Category 4. Storm makes landfall just east of Tallahassee. Again, continuing to watch this storm as it continues to cause trouble for the entire Big Bend region and the area around the Big Bend region. So we are watching, again, this eye. You can very clearly see on the visible satellite here, we're now approaching 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, here is the satellite with the eye, clearly seeing it here, but it kind of fades away a little bit. It's still there, though, showing that this storm is maintaining itself, it's keeping itself going, watching for the chance of the eye wall replacement cycle, which could keep it mitigated on the strength-wise. But at the end of the day, we don't know for sure if that's going to happen. So don't just say, well, that's going to happen. Obviously, the storm's going to fall apart. We don't know if that's going to happen. It could keep strengthening all the way up until it makes landfall somewhere in the Big Bend here. We expect it to be somewhere around that Jefferson County area at this point. Could make a little east, could make a little west. But at this point, things are pretty much locked in for a dangerous storm here in the Big Bend. We're seeing up to winds that could gust up to over 100 miles per hour sustained for 30, 40 minutes, maybe even hours at a time. But for some locations up here in the Big Bend, it's not going to be good news for those of you who do see those kind of winds. That's why we really need to be taking this storm seriously and taking all sorts of precautions. That's why we're going to keep you updated through the night here at the FSU Weather Hurricane Center. Right now, here is our view. Right now, we're seeing cloudy skies, not too much in the way of winds yet, but we are going to see them soon, and we will eventually see that as we get closer into the early morning hours. As we get towards the 3, 4, 5 a.m. hour, we're going to start seeing not just tropical storm force winds, but we are going to see hurricane force winds. So showing the size of the storm here, you're actually seeing a little bit of that, the heavier parts of that storm, or the higher and more intense cloud tops of that storm, where you have those higher, more intense cloud tops starting to make its way over Tallahassee, which is showing that we're really starting to see these outer rain bands make its way here, and we'll see those tropical storm force winds with that outer rain band here. One thing I want to point out here, it's really something we try to really bring home as meteorologists and student meteorologists, is look at the size of the storm here. It goes all the way from basically the eastern coast of Florida to about halfway to Pensacola here. here's the track. If you ever look at the cone of uncertainty on a map and you see this is the cone of uncertainty, it's not showing the size of the storm. If you can see here, this storm is way bigger than the cone of uncertainty. So if you're looking at the cone of uncertainty on a map, it's showing you the track of the center of the storm. You can see how it's placed in the center right there. The center of the storm. Impacts go well beyond the cone. So even though this is the cone right here, if you're over here or you're over here, you're still going to see a very devastating storm, unfortunately, as it moves its way further north towards the Big Bend of Florida coast. So again, this is the track here. We're right now expecting 130 miles per hour landfall. We just had a major update from Recon, and we were talking about Recon earlier. This storm has now strengthened to 120 miles per hour, and it has dropped the pressure from 945. Last time we got some really good recon in there was around a little before around that 11 p.m. hour, and we saw that storm drop down to 110, strengthen to 110, drop down to around 156 millibars. It's now strengthened even further, so we're watching that pressure drop further. And something I also want to point out that we've been seeing consistently over the last few recon missions, something a little concerning is, look at that movement. If you remember earlier, we were hitting almost 20 miles per hour. We saw an update, it got down to 18, 17, now we're down to 15. It's slowing down a little bit. We don't like to see that because that gives it a little more runway too. I don't want to make you concerned, I don't want to give you any worry, I just want to make sure we're giving you all the information you need to know about this storm, and it's that there's not a lot mitigating the storm. Aside from an eyewall replacement cycle, which we don't know for sure is going to happen yet, pretty much nothing is in the way of the storm to continue strengthening. And I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to a Cat 4, and really maybe even a higher end on that scale we could see, depending on how strong this storm is getting, maybe a higher end on that Cat 4 there. But right now it's just a Cat 3, and it has a little bit of time left to strengthen. You really need to take this storm seriously. We can't emphasize enough how strong this storm is and how significant this will be for this area. We haven't seen a storm this strong ever in this part of Florida. Michael was over here. If you were in the Big Bend, you didn't really see the impacts from Michael as bad as those in Panama City did. Haven't really seen this storm this strong in recorded history going back to the 1800s with a storm like this. So important to emphasize that you are inside that lowest level interior room. You've got all your supplies already. No more time to go out and prepare. Here it's dark outside. You don't want to be going out during that already, but with these gusty winds, heavy rain, not good conditions for us. As the storm makes its way further towards the north, you really got to be inside, indoors, and hunker down. Shelter in place through the rest of the day today. That's pretty much my recommendation for you. Some things we want to mention as well. If you have to go out, for example, your house, you smell a gas leak, something bad, here are a few things you need to know. There are going to be probably a lot of downed trees around in Tallahassee and the Big Bend tomorrow, unfortunately. Don't drive over them, that's just not a good idea. Downed power lines, do not touch them. They can be life-threatening. Report them to any of your local agencies, your local electric cooperative, whoever your agencies are. Do not touch them, that will be dangerous. Another thing is storm surge will be dangerous along the coast. Do not drive anywhere near the coast. 10 to 15 feet of storm surge in some locations. This storm, you can just see the size of it on here on satellite. It's pushing its way up north and pushing a lot of water with it. Those of you in the Big Bend coast here, you're really going to see just a lot of this wall of water up to 10 to 15 feet. Those in Cedar Key already, you need to be out of there if you haven't yet. Recon, we talk about the importance of recon all the time. It really gives us the information that we can't get just off of satellite and radar, and we have gotten down to 940 millibars, a little over midway through 940 millibars. That's just showing the strength of that storm. Considerable strength with us there, and it's because of these sea surface temperatures. It's a bath down there in the Gulf right now with sea surface temperatures well over 80 degrees, and that's why we're expecting, even though the storm was here earlier and it was a Category 2 and it was down here as Category 1, it's had not considerably a lot of time to get to a Category 4, but that's what we're expecting just because of how warm this water is. So again, not to just sort of keep belaboring the point here, but this is a dangerous storm. We have not seen a storm like this here in Tallahassee, and we haven't seen a storm like this anywhere in the northeastern Big Bend here in recorded history. I know we use these terms, we've used these terms a lot tonight. It can seem a little bit desensitizing. We don't use these terms a lot in our normal weekly broadcast. We don't want to hype, we don't want to make people nervous, we just want to drive home the intensity of it. The National Weather Service in Tallahassee put out a graphic that pretty much is saying the same things we're saying earlier, just because of how dangerous this storm is. Here are your main threats, what you need to know over the next few hours. Storm surge, for those of you on the coast, up to 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. That's what we're looking at here. We could see widespread power outages here in Tallahassee. We could see gusty winds up to hurricane force, even category 2 or 3. And again, make sure you are staying, sheltering in place. Do not go outside during this, and basically take your tornado precautions lowest level into your room. I'm going to pass things off to Heather to talk about that scale that tells us how strong it is.
Robert. So the strength of the hurricane is measured by the Saffir-Simpson scale, and the Saffir-Simpson scale is determined by the winds that are found in the eye of the hurricane, or in the eye wall, or the magnitude winds. So, Category 1 hurricane, you're going to see damage. You're going to see winds between 74 and 95 miles an hour. For a Category 2 hurricane, there's going to be a little bit more significant damage and a lot of stronger wind gusts, up to 110 miles an hour. Now, Hurricane Idalia is currently a Category 3, and that, what we're dealing with now, you're going to see some coastal flooding likely, you're going to see downed power lines, and those outages can last for hours or even days, even longer. It all depends on the strength of the storm, how long it takes for conditions to clear up. It has to be safe for the crews to get more power. So be prepared for those extended power outages. Your preparations should be complete. You should be sheltering in place at. However, this hurricane is forecast to be a Category 4 hurricane at landfall. Winds between 131 to 155 miles an hour. We're going to be seeing some extensive damage, structures, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. One of the biggest threats with this storm, really an event for the region that the storm is going to be impacting. So this is just something that you really, really need to be aware of and prepared for. Category 5 hurricane is a wind stronger than 155 miles an hour. Absolutely catastrophic damage. But storm surge, main along the Appalachee Bay, along the coast. We're expecting 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. So we're going to be up, and the full moon means that the tides are going to be higher. All of this plays a role in the 10 to 15 foot storm surge that may be experienced along the coast of the Big Bend. So these level storm surge easily cover the first level of your home. So if you decided to stay on the coast, you need to be on the upper level of your home. You need to be prepared for this situation. You should not be going out at this point as these rain bands are starting to come in. So please be prepared for this situation. During the storm, you need to have multiple ways to gain weather information. Make sure all of your devices are charged, notifications on so you can hear any alerts for watches and warnings that may be issued in the future. These feeder bands come with the risk of spin-up tornadoes and other risks like that. So you need to have a way to gain this information. A weather radio, if you have one, amazing. Take refuge, stay in a storm shelter or a secure building, stay in interior rooms away from windows, find something to cover yourself, and at this point you should not be out on the roads. You need to hunker down and take care and protect yourselves. Also, avoid floodwaters. Stay inside, go to the highest floor of your home. That is the best way to avoid the inland flooding and the storm surge threat. After the storm, pay attention to your local officials for information and instructions. This is their job. They are trying to keep you safe, so listen to their directions. Also, avoid electrical equipment and floodwater. It's really hard to determine how deep floodwater actually is, so you do not want to risk driving out into these situations. just listen to the officials and don't drive into floodwaters. Also, save your phone calls for emergencies and make sure to document all of the damages for insurance purposes. After the storm, do not wade through floodwaters, don't run generators inside buildings or near the vents, and don't touch down power lines. All of these are really dangerous situations to be aware of. But now I'm going to hand things off to Josh.
Yes, thank you, Heather, for giving us all those good pieces of tips and making sure that make sure you follow those tips that Heather just mentioned, because those could save your life and prevent you from getting in any unnecessary danger or even get yourself seriously injured or killed. So we're going to talk about current watches and warnings. So right now we have along the western coast of Florida up into the Big Bend area and going into southern Georgia, we have a hurricane warning. So as we're expecting Idalia to go through, it's basically going to go through Big Bend as a major hurricane. But with that strength, even though it'll weaken, it's going to go straight through the storm, go straight through inland, and still be a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. So that's how much strong it is and how much it will be traveling for it to weaken. So as well as checking out on the eastern coast from Jacksonville going down to Space Coast and going even into Fort Myers, we're still going to be under a tropical storm warning because of the massive amount of distance that storm will cover, as well as how long, even though it's a little bit further, you're still going to have decent damage and decent wind gusts and sustained winds, so you have to keep that in mind. So as we go to the GFS forecast, we're seeing some strong winds, especially hurricane force winds coming around 6:37 a.m. today. It'll come through in the morning, go through and be out of here by 8 o'clock tonight, and then by tomorrow morning at the exact same time, it's like nothing ever happened. Well, in terms of winds, it'll be completely calm, but also the Euro model is showing the exact same thing. It's showing a little bit of a weaker spot here, where there could be some eye deformation, but as we go through, we'll see that it'll do the same forecast. By the time it's 8 o'clock tonight, it'll be out of our hairs, and we'll be in the clear and have nice calm weather. So what you need to take away from this is both models are saying that the storm, you'll expect the worst of the storm to come through today around like 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. But it'll still be going strong until 3 p.m. So throughout this time, you're just going to need to be sheltering in place, stay inside interiors, and be ready to have your devices charged, and don't use them for unnecessary reasons unless you need to call them for emergencies. So as we go to our flood potential, yesterday going into today, we had a lot of the strongest flood potential was at the coast just south of Tallahassee, and then Tallahassee itself going into Gainesville and Tampa had a slight flood potential, just one level below the strongest one. But now that flood potential expands even further, spanning all the way from Tallahassee, going well into the Carolinas over here. So you need to make sure that today you need to just stay inside, and don't even try to go outside, because there's going to be a very high chance for flooding that you do not want to even try to attempt to go through. It's going to get you seriously hurt. And as we see with the GFS rainfall forecast, we're going to be having the strongest amount of rain going through Tallahassee and going all the way up well into southern, south central Georgia. You need to make sure this is going to directly contribute to that flood potential. So you need to make sure, so don't try to go outside and try to wade through the waters unless you absolutely have to for your own safety. But you should be already in your safe shelter at this point. And as we will see, this Euro model will also be showing the same thing, where the strongest rain will be going through Tallahassee and going well northeast into south central Georgia. But even though Tallahassee has the strongest rain, it doesn't mean that you can't get a decent amount of rain going as you expand outwards towards going towards Panama City, or even going east towards Gainesville and Ocala. You need to make sure that you don't try to go through those waters. And finally, we have our active alerts. So as you see along the coast, going from Panama City, going from Port St. Joe to well down to Cedar Key and south, we're still going to have that storm surge warning until Friday. So you need to make sure avoid the beaches at all costs and wait for that storm surge to clear out. before trying to do anything, because storm surge, as we mentioned earlier, can get up to 12 feet in certain areas. So you don't want, and those could be nearly impossible to survive. So as we've been saying before, stay inside. It's too late to try to leave or try to get anything. You just need to stay inside and weather out the storm until you get the all clear. Now, Robert, what's going on with the storm on the radar?
Right. Now we're going to close things off like we did at the last hour with a shot of the radar, and then we're going to just do some satellite and go back up to the cone just to make sure everyone's situationally aware with this storm. It's a term we like a lot of meteorology. It just means basically making sure everyone knows what's going on. That's why we're here, and that's what we want to make sure you guys know. So here is the live radar coming from Tallahassee. Here are these outer rain bands, not particularly strong on the radar, but really in here is where we're starting to see those tropical storm force winds up to 60 miles per hour plus. And then in here is where you're seeing those hurricane force winds, and that's what we're watching out for Tallahassee in the future. So at 2:25, here's the storm. If we could zoom out a little more just so show the full storm for our audience, and that's our eye right there. Really, some of the interesting feature here is you're seeing a little bit of dry air come back in through the southwest. Now, if you're from Texas like me and you've seen systems, low pressure systems in the winter that have dry air coming back, then we call that a dry slot. And you might be thinking, well, that means the storm is weakening, right? Because whenever you see that in Texas, you know that means no snow because it's going to fall apart. Not quite. This storm is strong enough to be able to sustain itself. Even if there's a little bit of dry air coming back through, if we put on the loop here, which I don't think we'll be able to at the moment, but if you put on the loop, you would see that this is sort of training back in from the west, and it should be able to fill in that south side because it has enough moisture with it. Moisture is not really a concern with this storm. What we are watching for is a chance for something like either an eye wall replacement cycle or a little shear that can maybe mitigate it. At this point, we're thinking it's at least going to be a Cat 3 on landfall, though. At least a major hurricane, and there's not a lot stopping that from getting to that point. In fact, our forecast from the NHC is saying it's going to be a Category 4 on landfall about right here. And as you can see, this storm, very large. If you're a viewer here in Tallahassee, you superimpose the size of this storm over here, yeah, Tallahassee is going to be in the middle of it. It's going to be some pretty rough conditions for a few hours, but that's why we're here, to get you through it. We will continue having live coverage at the top of every hour through the middle of the wee night hours here, and that's once we start getting towards at 6 a.m., we will start having rolling wall-to-wall coverage. We won't stop until the storm leaves our area, and we will continue having coverage on this storm. So right here, this is the rain shield. This is what we're watching for tropical storm force conditions. Once those get there, if you need one last minute to go to a house or something, if you're in a mobile home, a manufactured home that won't be able to survive Category 4 style wind gusts, and you need to go somewhere, really right now is your last chance. You have about, I'd say, probably about 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes here before this tropical storm force band gets here. Once that's it, everything's over. Everything stops. You have to be there. Really now you should be stopped, but this is just a last call for anyone else who has not had the chance to move yet. This is basically it. Once this gets here, it's going to be sustained tropical storm force wind gusts all throughout the rest of the morning. Once the center of the storm gets here, it's going to be hurricane force wind gusts, and then it's going to be pretty deteriorating on the conditions wise until this storm moves all the way out of our area. So that's the state of play at 2:28. Well, you were watching a storm here for a tornado warning earlier that has fortunately expired, so we're not too worried about that. But I do want to take this moment to emphasize, with any of these storms, you do have a chance for some quick spin-ups in here. Again, not seeing anything on the velocity, but some quick spin-ups that could have a tornadic potential. So it's particularly on the east side where we're concerned, we have that tornado watch still in effect. But really, I want to emphasize any of these storms on these outer rain bands can become tornadic, and it can be very quickly. And even though they're on the weaker side, they still can impact and change the lives of those who it does impact. So remember, we do have this hurricane, but also a tornado risk on top of it. Here's our IR satellite just showing these are our strongest storms, and here these darker colors are where you're looking for those stronger storms. And that eye is very evident. It's small, but it's evident. And it's sort of just, if you follow my finger, it's sort of jogging a little bit, wobbling back and forth, but overall, it's kind of keeping this northward track here. A little bit jogged to the east and then a little bit jogged to the west earlier, so it's sort of jogging a little bit around, but at this point, wobbles are not really what we're watching for. This storm is pretty much going to guarantee to come somewhere here in the Big Bend, and most forecasts and models are pretty much agreeing on one very similar spot right in here, just east of Tallahassee. So we say all this not to worry you. I know I mentioned earlier how this is an unprecedented storm. I'll bring it up again just for some of our new viewers. I don't want to sort of beat this point over too much, but there hasn't been a storm this strong in this area in recorded history. The strongest was a Cat 3 over here in 1950. There was also another Category 3 in the 1800s. This storm is a strong one. I want to keep emphasizing that. It's going to have the chances for storm surge. It's going to have the chances for sustained long power outages. We will get you through this. I want to make sure we emphasize that. Yes, this is a devastating storm. It will likely impact the lives of many people. We will get you through this. You will be okay, and we will make sure that we will keep having a voice here to keep you through this storm and through any of your local channels here in Tallahassee as well. Tune in to us at the top of every hour until 6 a.m. We will continue doing rolling coverage after that. Stay right here, and we'll keep you updated with a continuation of Idalia.
continued coverage of Hurricane Idalia's landfall here along the northern Gulf Coast here. Taking a look at a Tampa camera here, it doesn't look too bad right now. Some of that rain has cleared through, especially some of those pretty intense bands that we were seeing earlier, bringing through some of those water spouts and potentially tornadoes that we saw earlier. But right now it doesn't look too bad. And here's a live look at Jacksonville, and also not too bad for the time being here. As we look here at the Cedar Key cam, we are seeing. Anyways, as we're looking at the Cedar Key cam, doesn't look too bad right now. Again, this is going to be the landfall zone, most likely landfall zone of Hurricane Idalia as it does push towards the northern Gulf Coast, along the northern Gulf Coast of Florida. But again, here we're going to take a wide look at Hurricane Idalia on the radar here. All these yellow boxes we're seeing are those tornado watches that I was talking about earlier. We haven't had too many tornado warnings, which is a good sign. We had a really strong feeder band push through the Tampa area earlier, but as of right now, it looks pretty clear. We've had a bit of a dry slot develop here on the eastern side of the storm here, helping keep some of those rain rates down, especially for the western coast of Florida. And again, some of that really intense rain bands are starting to push through along the northern Gulf Coast here. Some of these yellows and oranges here. And of course, there's our eye wall. That's where we're going to see those strongest winds. Current advisory puts Hurricane Idalia at 120 miles per hour, and I think 945 millibars was our most recent update. So again, when we say 120 miles per hour, this is where we're going to be seeing those winds, all right? It's not going to be across the whole storm, all right? It's going to be concentrated here in that eye wall. That doesn't mean the rest of the storm isn't dangerous, however, but this is what we're most concerned with, is that eye wall. And looks like in the past few hours, at least, the storm has begun to take that northeast turn here. So maybe a little bit early for that. We'll see if it's a wobble or if it's going to resume its northerly track here. But it has been moving more east of north here in the past few hours, so we're going to watch that. Again, that this whole Big Bend region is under the fire zone for this hurricane as we push through the evening hours. And again, this area has never seen a major hurricane landfall. Okay, so this is an unprecedented event here that we're dealing with. So anyways, we're going to take a look at the IR satellite right here. We can see that eye peeking out here, and you can see that northeastern motion here. It was going north for a bit, and then suddenly it shoots off to the northeast here. But you can see that eye pretty well defined here, very small, very, very small. And that's a good thing in the sense that it's going to impact less people, all right? If we had a bigger eye, we're going to have a bigger eye wall, and therefore it's going to impact more people. We're going to have more of those damaging 120 mile per hour winds here impacting more people. But thankfully that eye is staying small, but that is unfortunate in the terms of overall intensification, because the smaller eye, we like to call a pinhole eye, is aiding to a more rapid intensification, which we've obviously seen in the past few hours here. We're going to move on to the visible satellite, which is another form of infrared right now because we are in the night. And again, we can see that pinhole eye popping out here, all right? So this is where we're seeing those most dangerous winds, and this is what we're most concerned about. Another big concern here is the storm surge here, and you can see that here with the shape of the Big Bend region. All this wind that's going to be circulating around in that counterclockwise rotation here around the storm, it's going to be pushing water up into this area, and it's going to be pooling here in the Big Bend, and this is where we're going to see those extreme surge values. I believe in the last update it was updated from 12 to 15 feet all the way up to like 15 to 17 feet. All right, so this is serious. All right, that is a lot of water. That is water above sea level. All right, I'm 6 feet tall. All right, 17 feet. Just try to imagine that. All right, it's gonna be a lot. We're going to zoom back to the radar here. If we can zoom in maybe here to the northern Gulf Coast, we'll take a look at how those rain bands are starting to develop here. So again, these yellows and oranges are beginning to sweep the region here. All right, and we're going to be seeing probably sustained tropical storm force winds somewhat soon here along the region. So if you're here along this northern Gulf Coast, conditions are going to be rapidly deteriorating, all right, and we're watching that eye wall as it does begin to push northeastward towards the Big Bend region here. But these yellows and oranges are going to be carrying some pretty strong winds too, so we're going to be watching that. Obviously, watch out for power outages. That's a big concern here, especially here in the northern Florida area, especially with the sort of not so much of the palm trees that you'll see in southern Florida. These trees here are not necessarily built for sustaining hurricanes, and we obviously have concerns with down power lines and overall power outages. So if you see a down power line, please do not step on it, please do not investigate it, report it, and move on. All right, so we're going to be interested in here. This is the regions we're going to be concerned about. If we can zoom in here to the eye wall, I'd like to see a little bit more of that motion here. So go ahead and zoom in a little bit. So again, you can see that the storm before had mainly a northerly component, but we're seeing that easterly component here as it's beginning to push forward through the evening hours. So interesting to see how that's going to be developing. We're also seeing a little bit of a moat here. So we've been talking about maybe seeing an eye wall replacement cycle through the night. We haven't seen one yet, but maybe this is the beginnings of one. Of course, that is when the eye wall will contract and a larger eye wall will take over. And oftentimes you'll see a little bit of a decrease of overall winds, but the wind field will expand, so it'll be impacting more people. Again, this eye is very, 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 very small. Recon has been flying into it, and I believe it is on the magnitude of less than 10 miles wide. All right, so this is a very, very small storm, not unlike storms like Hurricane Charlie or Hurricane Andrew that had very, very small eyes and impacted what might be a small area, but obviously the people that it did impact, it impacted hard. All right, so again, this surge here is going to be what we're mainly concerned about. Cedar Key, all right, all of this water is pushing up here, all of it. And this is what we're really, really concerned about, is the surge effect. Again, in hurricanes, it's not the wind that kills you, it is absolutely the water, and especially the storm surge. Again, 17 feet, just try to imagine that. That is 17 feet above sea level. It also does not help that tonight we are under a high tide and a king tide, I believe, due to the full moon that's out. So that's added on top of the storm surge that's already impacting because of the storm. It is really a really, really, really bad situation that's developing in this eye wall. It is coming. It's coming. If you live anywhere here along this coast, now is your time to hunker down. Do not go outside. If this eye wall comes, it is going to be rough, but we're going to get you through it. You're going to be okay. Expect extreme wind warnings for this. Again, that is for sustained major hurricane force winds, and that is going to be expecting to come soon here. So we're going to get you through this. It's going to be a tough night, but you'll be okay. We're going to toss things over to the wall with Ryan, and we're going to look at some of the social media stuff.
Yeah, we're going to look at some of the social media stuff. We're going to look at some of the local impacts as a result of Idalia. So we're going to start with school closings. Leon County schools for now are closed through Thursday. Wakulla closed through Wednesday. These obviously could change as we kind of see the impacts of Idalia, and Florida State University is closed through Friday. We'll take a look at Franklin County. They're closed through Wednesday. Lafayette County is closed through Friday, and then Tallahassee Community College also closed through Friday. For shelters, we've got Leon County and Madison County both are open now. We do want to pay attention that, as Idalia is starting to move closer, assess whether or not it is safe to get to the shelter, because you are quickly running out of time to safely get yourself to where you need to be. If you need to get to someone's house, if you need to get to a shelter, especially in the Big Bend region, time is running out very, very quickly. You've got a matter of probably an hour before conditions really start to deteriorate. And then Taylor County, I just saw just a moment ago, a curfew is now in place for all of Taylor County, and that curfew is in effect until further notice. So again, if you are in Taylor County, they told you to use Leon County's shelters, but you are now being told to stay in place, and I imagine other counties are also following suit with these shelter-in-place orders and these curfews. And again, if you are caught outside, driving in county with a curfew, you are facing, potential punishment from law enforcement. Let's take a look at Idalia again on radar. One of the things that's been interesting, keeping an eye on the eye, is typically the stronger eye wall is on the east side of the storm, and with Idalia, it's kind of more on the western side of things here. So as Idalia, again, like Ian mentioned, is kind of on that eastward track, we're going to be kind of paying attention to where is this western portion of the storm going to end up as it starts to kind of curve as it makes landfall. So the strongest, we can flip over to the velocity, which will show wind speed and direction. The strongest winds, here's the eye right here, are going to be found just within that eye wall. But you notice the bright oranges and greens all over the area, just encompassing us in strong winds, at least estimated off of Doppler radar. And again, we can see clearly that eye wall, as Ian mentioned, might be starting to go through a little bit of an eye wall replacement. But overall, we're still seeing a very strong hurricane, now a Category 3 hurricane, moving its way into the Big Bend region.
something that we haven't seen in ever. All right. So let's take a look right now downtown Orlando. Things are pretty calm. A few raindrops on the lens, but if we go back to our radar real quick, you'll notice downtown Orlando in particular is about to get some of the stronger bands of Idalia start to move in. Just passing near Kissimmee through the international airport towards Belle Isle, crossing its way near the attractions as well. And if we take a look at power outages, they're starting to increase across the state. We've now got 37,000 customers without power at last check. That continues to be true. So over 37,000 Floridians are now without power. Some of the higher counties with that out is going to be Wakulla County has 560 customers out of the 17,000, over 17,000 customers in the county. Also, Gulf County is 488 out. If we go down towards Pinellas, we've got about 13,000 customers in Pinellas County without power. Certainly a significant number there. 8,000 without power in Sarasota County. Now let's go one county over into DeSoto County. 673 without power. Continuing further down the West Coast, we've got 1,400 without power in Charlotte, 3,781 without power in Lee County. If we move more into the Orlando area, 117 without power in Orange County. Moving on south, 1 without power in Osceola County, so they've fared pretty well so far. But again, some of the heavier downpours concentrated with Idalia are moving through Osceola and into Orange County. Again, the important thing to note is it doesn't matter where the storm goes, no matter where you are in the Big Bend region, you are going to feel the impacts of a strong hurricane making landfall. So again, we've kind of shown the cone. It doesn't matter where it goes within the cone. It just matters that, you know, it kind of is going to impact us no matter where you are, even up and down the peninsula of Florida. We're noticing near Sebring, Arcadia, some of those stronger storms getting going. We can kind of zoom in a little bit as these storms start to work their way in off the Gulf. We did have a tornado warning about an hour ago that formed. That was kind of near Polk County and now has since expired. Kind of associated with a lot of these storms has been quick, low spin-up tornadoes. We've noticed most of them kind of hanging out in the Gulf of Mexico, but as these bands that certainly have rotation in them come ashore, we can notice, for now, mostly straight line winds, but then again, a couple isolated tornadoes can't be ruled out as we get into the overnight hours. I think the tornado watch, for the most part, extends near Tampa all the way up the West Coast. So all the counties from here all the way down are in a tornado watch until 6 a.m. this morning. It's certainly another 3 hours to go, so we'll be focused on which storms are rotating, which storms have that potential of causing some power outages. Let's take a look at the Tallahassee radar and see kind of what the radar at the international airport is looking at, because it is kind of our local radar when we look at things. Once the data downloads here in a minute, we'll be able to kind of investigate what Tallahassee's radar is seeing. We were just using Tampa's radar, which is a little bit closer to the eye wall, and scanning a little bit higher. Let's see, now Tallahassee is loaded in. Definitely some strong winds associated near that eye wall of Idalia, as it's bright orange, bright greens. That's going to be something we want to keep our eye on as Idalia starts to make landfall into the Big Bend region of Florida. So kind of looking at, you know, specific areas that could be seeing direct landfall. We'll be looking at kind of Sop Shoppy near St. Mark's. We'll be looking at Horseshoe Beach, Swanee, Otter Creek. So if you've been told it's time to go, you're running out of time very quickly. Like, this is probably one of the last chances you'll have to leave while it's still kind of not calm, but the rain and wind haven't started completely coming down yet. Let's take a look at wind speeds across the area. We're still seeing some strong winds. This is at least radar estimates, 54 miles per hour. But then again, we are scanning that at about 5,000 feet. So whether or not that translates to the ground is probably unlikely. But anywhere within this region, we are going to be seeing, at the very least, tropical storm conditions, probably most likely hurricane conditions as Idalia continues up the coast and kind of makes its curve. The kind of area to note is where is it going to make landfall in contrast to Tallahassee. That'll be something we keep our eye on as we go into the overnight hours and into the morning. Where is Tallahassee going to sit? Is it going to be more on the west side of the eye wall? Is it going to be more center? And the latest thinking is it'll kind of be on the east side. At least it's been making that eastward jog in the last couple of runs on radar. Now I'm going to hand it over to Elizabeth, who's going to investigate more into Hurricane Idalia.
Yes, so starting back, and we're going to look at our cameras again at all of the different cities that we are seeing some of this rain starting. So here's a look over downtown Tampa right now. We're about to see some more rain come through, and I'll show that in just a second on the radar. But again, it's very dark and cloudy, so it might not be as easy to spot possibly like a tornado. We are under that tornado watch until 6 a.m. for many of the coastal counties of the state. Live look over Jacksonville right now. Again, nothing to worry about as of right now. Much of the rain bands haven't really gotten to that side of the state yet, but again, very dark and cloudy, so they are coming. So our storm is starting to hone in on the Big Bend right now. This is Cedar Key. We're starting to see some of these raindrops on the radar right now. Very dark. If you are anywhere in if you are anywhere along the Big Bend coast and you have been told to leave, it may be too late now, because these tropical storm force winds are starting to come into the area. These are these stronger rain bands of these yellow and these orange colors right here that look like they are coming onshore right now across Cross City, Cedar Key, up into the coast here and heading into Carabel Beach right now. I actually want to zoom in. Can we go into Hillsborough County by Tampa? I saw some rain bands down there. So we're starting to see some of this heavy rain coming through 75 across the bay, and that is heading up into Pasco County off of Hudson there. And we also have this strong line that is heading over Orlando right now as well. Lots of heavy rain there, and some strong, probably tropical force winds are a part of that storm right now. But if we just want to zoom out again and just look at this whole storm, and it's important to note why we talk about the cone so much. That only tracks the center of the storm, and look at how vast this is here. So we are seeing rain heading into Panama City Beach all the way down I-10 into Jacksonville right now. So that's why it's important to not just to pay attention to the cone right now. Look, it spreads almost 230 miles across, and this is all hurricane force, tropical storm force winds, heavy downpours. So this is important to note, because even though it might not seem like the storm is going to hit your city, you will have high winds, flooding, storm surge if you are along the coast right here. So it's very important that you stay put now. It's too late to leave. If you haven't, make sure that you get into the highest floor of your home, because that storm surge is now considered life-threatening. 10 to 15 feet probably now is going to exceed 15 feet as well if you are along the Big Bend coast. That is why they are considering this an unprecedented event, and we as meteorologists don't throw that word around lightly. This is now, it is the strongest storm on record to hit the Big Bend region. It is now forecast to be a Category 4 hurricane, maximum sustained winds of 130 miles around the center. And right now it is 120, so we are rapidly approaching that. This is also moving at a slower speed, so it gives more time to really intensify. Looking at the IR satellite, we see these darker colors around the eye here, and these are our stronger thunderstorms. And so that is what is going to help really intensify that storm a lot. And a quick look at the visible satellite. It's kind of hard to tell because it is nighttime, but you can sort of see these higher clouds around the center of the storm here. So it's very important, stay where you are right now. This is very close to rainfall, probably in the next 5, 6, 7 hours. So now I'm going to pass it off to Ian, and he's going to more so talk about where this storm is heading.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth. So I'm going to give a sort of a broader look at the tropics here, a tropics overview of some of the stuff that we've got going on, because it isn't just Idalia. We do have Franklin. We have another tropical depression out there. So we're going to take a look at all of that here in just a moment. So again, here's our weather stem here at FSU. Things aren't too bad right now. We are doing some light rain and some gusty conditions, but nothing too horrible yet. We are expecting some more of those tropical storm force winds to push into the area as we push through towards the morning hours now. It is almost 3 or 4 a.m. right now. It's very late right now. Anyways, here is our broader look at the Atlantic. We do have a spot to watch over here coming off of Africa. We had Tropical Depression 11 form earlier today. This is right here, so kind of covered by that Franklin graphic. Of course, we had Hurricane Franklin here that was impacting parts of the Caribbean last week. Did flirt with Category 5 status. Sat here just at high-end Category 4, but thankfully not really going to be impacting much land. We're going to be calling it much of a kind of a fish storm is what we call it, so only impacting the fish. May graze parts of Bermuda right now, but direct impacts are looking more and more unlikely. And of course, our big story is Hurricane Idalia, now forecast to be a Category 4 at 130 miles per hour when it makes landfall somewhere along the Big Bend region here in the early morning hours of Wednesday here. Current conditions are, though, 120 miles per hour. Recon did find some well lower pressures of 944 millibars here. So again, we talked about this, the whole inverse relationship. The lower the pressures are, the stronger the storm is generally, and the higher the winds are, also the stronger the winds or the storm is. So again, 944 millibars, that is very, very, very low here. Something we are concerned about, especially as this storm does approach the Big Bend region here. We're going to zoom in a little bit here. So again, here is that center tracking just along the NHC track here, maybe a little bit tad to the east of it. We had some jogs here, so again, this is going to impact the future landfall location, and we do have a center that is as small as it is. Recon again reporting somewhere along the lines of 10 miles width of the eye. These kind of deviations do matter, okay? Because the eye is so small that it does matter where the storm makes landfall. It's not like we have a 50-mile wide eye where it's going to impact a huge swath of people. All right, it's going to be more akin to a very, very large tornado is a better analogy to it than a hurricane. But again, 130 miles per hour Wednesday at 8 a.m. as it is making landfall here along the Big Bend region. Ryan talked about it earlier, but again, we're interested to see how much this is going to affect the Tallahassee region. Tallahassee is centered somewhere around here. And again, how close that eye wall does get to us is going to impact our impacts here in Tallahassee. So the closer that eye wall is going to be, the stronger the winds are going to be, and the greater risk of some of the impacts like power outages and whatnot. But again, so we're watching this. This is our IR satellite, so some of these deeper colors here are indicative of those really strong updrafts that we're seeing, helping to bottom out that pressure. Again, so the deeper colors are quite literally showing the convective updrafts that is helping lower the pressures at the surface and help strengthen the wind speeds, excuse me. Current movement here is north at 15 miles per hour. So the storm is going to be generally moving northward, but again, it's going to be getting more of an eastward component as it does that. All right, a trough is going to be lowering down and picking it up and shooting it off to the east. And there is some model, I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. There is some model discussions of maybe a little bit of a Ivan-esque track. If you guys remember that storm swirled around and back towards Florida. All right, so just something to watch here as we do approach it. You can kind of see that with the track here. You can kind of see over here it kind of balloons out while the models are not really sure what it's going to do, but some of them are showing that curve back towards Florida. So we're going to be looking at it. As for now, we're going to pass things over to Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. So we're taking another look again at Cedar Key. We've been using this camera all night because Cedar Key is kind of in that spot of where we want to pay attention to everything. So right now, it's quiet, it's dark. I guess there was some report of some chasers out in Cedar Key, and I hope by now they've left because Cedar Key is going to be under the gun as we get into the early morning hours as Idalia starts to make landfall. We've noticed for hours this eye wall it's very small, but this eye has been quickly twisting itself together, maybe going through a little bit of an eye wall replacement cycle. Hurricane hunters are inside right now, or I believe now they've landed, but they did find pressure of, is that 956, 965? I can't quite make that out. But we've seen lowering pressure, and the reason we're so focused on pressure is the lower the pressure, the higher the winds. So as pressure decreases, we're going to see higher wind speeds, and what they're really looking for is right in that eye wall, what are the wind speeds like? That's going to determine the category of this hurricane. Right now, Category 3 hurricane, expected to intensify even more to a Category 4 hurricane before making an eventual impact in the Big Bend region. I want to step off screen so we can control the radar a little bit, and we're going to talk ourselves through this. So we've got Idalia that's kind of been hanging out in the Gulf of Mexico all afternoon today, and really just bringing a bunch of rain bands into southwest Florida, into west central Florida, and even into the I-4 corridor of Florida, now starting to impact more of the I-10 corridor as we move ahead into the early morning hours, approaching 3:30 in the morning right now. But again, the center of Idalia, I'll go ahead and put a measurement on it for you, is about, what is that now, 93 miles from making landfall and about 120 miles from Tallahassee. So as we kind of get ready for the impacts of Idalia, it's important to note that time is quickly running out, and these impacts are going to start ramping up as we get into the 3, 4, 5 a.m. hours. Taking a look at the spaghetti models, we've gotten pretty concise with them. We've kind of determined the idea of where landfall is going to be. We're going to be looking pretty closely at Wakulla County and also into Taylor County for landfall. I know Taylor County, you guys are under a mandatory stay-at-home order until further notice. So again, these spaghetti plots just tightening up, and it's kind of like, not as important to look at the models right now as it is to look at the impacts, because in reality, anywhere in the Big Bend of Florida can be experiencing Category 4 hurricane conditions. So let's take a look at the sea surface temperatures and kind of get the idea of why Idalia has been able to get so strong. These pink shades are showing super high water temperatures. If I step off screen, I can actually pull up some of the temperatures with it, or maybe not. Just wanted to see if we can, kind of get an idea of what the temperatures are. But we're well over 80 degrees in a lot of spots, so we're definitely going to be, keeping an eye on what Idalia is doing as we get into the overnight hours. Now, a Category 3 hurricane, expected to become a Category 4 hurricane, started the morning off as a Category 1 hurricane. So it's definitely gotten a good rapid intensification going. Let's kind of explain what that means. Category 1, so this morning it was about 74 to 95 mile per hour storm. Then into the afternoon and evening hours, we saw it become a Category 2 hurricane, 96 to 110 miles per hour. Now a Category 3 hurricane with extreme damage. We're seeing over 110 to 130 mile per hour winds, as well as 9 to 12 feet of storm surge. So if you're in a coastal community still and you have not evacuated, you are quickly running out of time. You've got a matter of minutes to get everything you need and get out the door, because Idalia is closing in very, very quickly. We're going to be tracking it as long as we can here on FSU Weather, because eventually it's expected that Idalia will strengthen to a Category 4 hurricane with 131 mile per hour winds, widespread power outages that could last months, as well as damage to rooftops, exterior walls, all kinds of catastrophic damage. And then if it does eventually strengthen, it's not expected to, but if it does strengthen to a Category 5, just know winds above 155 miles per hour and over 18 feet of storm surge. Normal sea level, well, let's add on the fact that we've got high waves coming in. So that is about 3 feet. Then we got another couple feet. That adds 6 feet, up to 12 feet of storm surge. As Ian was mentioning, an adult person about 6 feet tall, we're going to possibly go up one level in way of water. So your first story of your home could be completely washed out by Idalia. So we're getting away from the before storm advice. It's no longer time to, forecast. It's time to nowcast. What is your situation like? Let's pay attention to emergency alerts. Have your phone on you, have a weather radio. Let's get into a safe spot, a safe area in your building, whether it be a closet, a hallway, somewhere where you can, sit for a few hours and wait out the worst of Idalia. And then if you need to avoid floodwaters, definitely go upstairs, get to a higher level. Pay attention to local officials for more information, especially as Idalia starts to close out. We will have more information starting at the top of 4 o'clock hour here on FSU Weather. We'll continue this live stream and we'll talk all things Idalia as long as we have power and can keep broadcasting to you. Until then, I'm student meteorologist Ryan Stevens signing off. Good morning, my friends. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and we're still continuing to track Hurricane Idalia as it's starting to make landfall, or starting to push its way closer to landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida. This is a live look outside downtown Tampa right now. We've still got power, we've still got electricity, and so far keeping an eye on this camera tonight. It's been on the calmer side where we've seen some storm surge. This is taking a look at Everbank Stadium now in Jacksonville. Again, it's kind of, they've yet to see the brunt force of Idalia as overall still a lot of lights on, still a relatively quiet scene is what we're seeing, for example, in Cedar Key, where some images on Twitter have already shown some decent flooding and some decent, storm surge. Just got some information in that 125-mile-per-hour winds and pressure is down to 941. So Idalia is still strengthening. We're approaching strong hurricane as it's rolling in. Here's a look at Idalia right now on radar. I'm going to step off for a sec and put a track on as how far from landfall Idalia is and how far from Tallahassee is. Only about 80 miles from landfall. Remember, the storm moving about 15 miles per hour. So in about 100 miles, 15, we've got about 6 hours, not even until, I would say maybe closer to 4 hours until landfall as Idalia continues to work its way up the coast. And then taking a look at infrared satellite, we're also starting to see it go through its eye wall replacement cycle. Now, it's going to be interesting with this eye wall replacement cycle that it's kind of been jogging a little further to the east. And if that's the case, we're going to be looking at more of a landfall in, say, Taylor County as opposed to one in Jefferson or into Leon County or maybe even Wakulla County. So we're going to be keeping an eye closely on the center of this circulation as we're kind of trying to pinpoint landfall. But regardless, all throughout the Big Bend region, we're seeing a lot of impacts. Again, if we go back and look at radar, we can see a lot of areas in the Big Bend just taking on a lot of water. There's yellows, there's orange shades, being heavier downpours, as well as some stronger storms starting to work their way up an I-75 corridor. Those we'll have to continue to pay attention to as the night goes on. Tornado watch goes for about another 2 hours for all the counties highlighted in orange. We've seen a few water spouts, as well as a couple tornado warnings pop up. Let's take a look near Tampa real quick, down near I-75, where I-75 and I-4 meet. Near Spring Hill, we're seeing some strong bands move through right now. Downtown Tampa, for now, we're on the quieter side, but also Fort Meade, working up towards the theme parks, Four Corners area, into downtown Orlando, starting to see more of those intense storms taking up into Seminole County, along Brevard County, into Volusia County, Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, starting to see some of those stronger storms up near Palm Coast. Now, areas kind of east of I-4 are out of that tornado watch, but regardless of that, we're still going to be keeping an eye on for some of these storms to have a little bit of potential rotation. If we want to put on velocity real quick, just to get an idea of what these storms are doing within. The brighter the colors of green, red, that means stronger winds. So let's kind of take it further to the south so we can switch maybe to the Tampa radar site and just kind of get an idea of what's going on. Some decent low wind gusts working its way up near I-75 in Tampa. National Hurricane Center did just put out an update that Idalia is still strengthening. Winds are going to be approaching the Big Bend area soon. Let's kind of take the radar over to the Tallahassee radar and just kind of see where we're looking at. So right here is this center in the eye of Idalia, and then right within that are going to be some of the stronger winds. They are getting very close to making landfall. So if you have been told to evacuate, your time is probably out at this point, but we are starting to see, the National Weather Service has said, conditions will continue to deteriorate as we move into the next few hours. I would say until about 9, 10 o'clock until Idalia starts to work its way out. Again, the satellite showing that eye kind of going through a little bit of a replacement cycle and drifting a little further to the east. And if that's the point, we'll be looking at a little bit more of an eastern landfall. If it continues on that track, regardless, we still could be looking at a landfall in McCulloch County, into Taylor County, maybe even Lafayette or Dixie County, depending on where exactly Idalia ends up going. Visible satellites, so this is kind of just showing the clouds associated with Idalia. We're seeing lots of these clouds working its way up into southern Georgia, but again, the eye, it's very small, very tight, and it's kind of working its way further to the east on this most recent little wobble. And if we pay attention to every little wobble, we're going to drive ourselves crazy over the next few hours. But it is kind of, you know, if we're seeing that eastern trend, it's kind of something, okay, we'll pick up on that and we'll see, you know, kind of the latest as to how things are going. I'm going to pop back to the radar real quick and we'll kind of continue to investigate some different areas around Idalia as we approach landfall here in the next few hours, really. And FSU Weather will be with you as long as we can throughout the way. We're going to notice nearing Tallahassee that the storm is definitely getting going. We've been looking outside our studio. We've been seeing some of the lighter storm showers. Now some of the yellows and oranges are starting to work its way closer to I-10, closer to downtown Tallahassee, the campus of both FAMU and FSU, as well as into what's going to be Liberty County. Some of these bands are starting to work their way in, as well as near where I-75 and I-10 meet, near Lake City. That's going to be kind of some of the heavier bands. We had that Jacksonville camera up earlier, and there is a little bit of heavier rain moving through downtown Jacksonville into Duval County, but for right now, for the most part, it is on the quiet side, as well as further down near Palm Coast into Flagler County. We're going to see some of the lighter to heavier showers work their way through. Again, keeping an eye on that tornado watch. We've got about 2 hours left on that tornado watch, and then we're going to see down the I-4 corridor just overall where Idalia is trying to just we got a new tornado warning. That's going to be Osceola and Orange County. Let's zoom into that real quick, and I'll come off screen for a second. We can kind of play around with it in way of different radar modes. So I believe we are on the Melbourne radar. I just want to make sure of that. And then, so it's tornado warning. There's our couplet right there, tornado warning, going until 4:30 this morning. So about another 27 minutes on it. Let's zoom in. That's going to be Osceola into Orange County. So we're going to be paying attention near Lake Hart. So here's the rotation right here. I'll go ahead and put a pause on that real quick. And then we can kind of time out this tornado warning real quick before we pass things over to Ian. So here's that tornado warning. That couplet is right in here, and it's going to be working its way further to the northeast. So in the polygon includes Lake Hart. We're going to be working its way into Christmas, Bithlow. This is going to be near 528 Wedgefield. You're going to be part of this storm. And then if this warning continues, we'll be working our way into Chilliwack and Geneva. But let's put a quick storm fan on this and just time this out for those of you. Let's say it's moving about 15 miles per hour. I didn't look at the exact time. New Eden. So it's not that populated of an area into Osceola and Orange County, but definitely something that we want to keep an eye on as we go into the next few hours. So now I'm going to pass things over to Ian. He's going to have more information on Idalia. I'll continue to investigate this tornado warning and have more for you in a couple minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. So we're going to take a look here again at the radar here. I just wanted to point something out here, something that was of interest. If we look here at the eye wall, there's actually a huge uptick of lightning here in the northern eye wall. Now, when we talk about tropical cyclones here, we don't usually think of lightning, especially in hurricanes. Occasionally, you'll get them in the outermost bands, but really, especially when you get into the core of the hurricane, we don't really see a lot of lightning except in extremely intense hurricanes. And we can see a huge uptick here in these last few frames of lightning strikes in this eye wall here. So this is just another indicator of how powerful of a storm this is and how much this storm is just really rapidly intensifying over these extremely, extremely warm waters of the Gulf. And again, look at how small this eye is. If I can pull up the distance tool here on the last frame of this radar, we can find out how wide this storm is according to the radar. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Get the distance tool. And it does not look like it's working with me. So anyways, Recon was finding it within under 10 miles. Again, this is a very, very, very small core. We can see it right here. We don't really need the distance tool to see it. But again, I just wanted to point out that lightning thing. We've also seen the actual width of the eye wall expand a little bit. So before it was just a really tight ring of thunderstorms, and now it is kind of thickening out a little bit, especially towards the north here. The south still remains a little bit weaker and potentially even open here. Again, just interesting radar trends that I wanted to point out. You can also see this explosion in the eye wall here. If you watch really closely here on the western edge, you can see that blow up right here of convection right there. And that's why we're seeing that intense thunderstorm activity. We're seeing the actual lightning in the core here up in the north. And boom, just like that, explodes around and rotates really quickly. So again, more indicators of how strong of a hurricane this is. Again, the 4 o'clock advisory, I believe it was, the 4 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, primarily just a positional update, but they also did update the strength and the pressure readings, upped it all the way up to 125 miles per hour. Now remember, the threshold for a Category 4 is at 130 miles per hour. At the end of the day, the difference between a 125 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane and a 130 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane is negligible. All right, it's semantics. However, it is something we want to bring up. This storm is strengthening. So again, Recon just went in. They found evidence of 125 mile per hour winds. I think it's going to do one more pass, so we'll have to see for that. But again, 125 mile per hour winds is the latest updates. So if we take a look here at the power outages map, not looking too horrible right now. Wakulla County, 563 people without power. Gulf County, 488. Up here in Leon, we're up to 1,245 people without power. Down here towards Hillsborough, Pinellas, the Tampa area, we are seeing some more power outages. But again, not too horrible yet, but expect that number to uptick, especially once we see the core of the storm move inland and we see those really intense winds begin to affect the areas. I'm also going to pull up here the Weather Prediction Center maps for excessive rainfall. So you can see here, the Weather Prediction Center has outlined this swath of the southern U.S. For a moderate risk of excessive rainfall, and that's at least 40% chance. So this whole swatch, including Tallahassee here where we are, up to Augusta, Wilmington, Virginia here, it's going to be, as the storm pushes north and northeast here and eventually northeast through the storm, we are going to be seeing some real risk for flash flooding. So again, it's not just the storm surge, we also have flash flooding. Hurricanes are a multifaceted threat event. We have tornadoes, we have flash flooding, we have storm surge, and we also have the wind, obviously. Again, through Thursday morning, that's where we're going to really be seeing that total up here. But again, I just wanted to point out the flash flooding threats here that we are seeing for Idalia. And if we actually pull up the rainfall estimates here, you can see portions of Leon, Tallahassee here are expected to get between 6 to 10 inches of rain. And even down here, just off the coast here, we're seeing that red, which is 10 to 15 inches of rain. And again, huge swaths of excessive rainfall here, 6 to 10 here, just east of Augusta here, and off to the Outer Banks here, again, 6 to 10 inches. As Idalia, whatever's left of it, once it gets up here, will be just leaving flooding rain across the region. I just want to show real quick the current spaghetti models. I actually already pulled it up here. So again, big consensus, not really much room for error here. We talked about it here, Ryan talked about it earlier, and we've talked about it all night, the whole idea of wobble watching. And it's the whole concept of we're less forecasting now, we're more nowcasting. So we're watching the storm evolve in real time rather than relying on model data to tell us what's going to happen. So we can see it now, the storm's within radar range, we have satellite, we have recon data, and we're watching this storm evolve in real time and making decisions based on that. So we had a pretty big wobble to the east here that we've been talking about. And again, this is important. Let me point out again how small this core is. Okay, so these little wobbles, all right, even if they're only 10, 20 miles, can make the difference between this eye wall making landfall somewhere and it making landfall somewhere else. Okay, so this is where we're seeing the 125 mile per hour winds. When they say that, this is where it is. Okay, so it's important that we follow these and we see how it's going to evolve the situation in general. Now, we're almost done here, so I'm going to show you one more thing. We're going to go back locally here. We're seeing this first band, really the first big band of Hurricane Idalia really start to impact Leon County and our region. So we're going to have to watch that, especially as we move through the morning hours, and we're expected to see some sustained tropical storm force winds at the very least from these bands here. So I'm going to pass things back over to the wall to Ryan to discuss.
Yeah, Ian, we're keeping an eye both on the Panhandle and the tornado warning we now have in Central Florida. I just saw they added, it looks like Orange and Seminole counties to that tornado watch. I think it's only for a couple more hours. But again, this storm kind of pulsed up a little quick. I think the rotation is definitely fading, but I went ahead and put a fan on it at about 5:30. That seems off to me. I think it's an hour off. What time is it? 4:15, so it should be 4:30 a.m. It'll be in Wedgefield, 4:53 nearing Bithlo, 5:28 it'll be in Chulota, and then 6:54, or 5:54 rather, nearing Snow Hill and the Snow Hill community. But again, this rotation, I'll play it real quickly for you, and you can kind of see just how quickly it pulls up and pulls down. And I think that's kind of typical with tropical systems, is if you look at the tornado, you're really going to notice how, or the tornado warned system, you're going to notice how quickly it kind of flashes up and flashes down. So at about 4 o'clock is when we saw kind of that pulse up of rotation. The warning was issued. And then as we got closer to now at about 4:15, that rotation is starting to weaken considerably. So we can take it a little further south and just see where we're sitting. Again, it pulsed up very quickly and then just kind of dissipated very quickly. So notice about 4 o'clock, the greens and reds were touching. Now that we're getting closer to Orange County, into the Orange County Lake Hart Christmas area, that rotation is quickly kind of dissipating and wiping itself out. So let's go ahead and zoom out and take a wide perspective of everything going on. We've got that tornado warning going for another 15 minutes or so, but I want to switch back over to reflectivity, and we can kind of take a look at what the storm as a whole is doing. So there's the center of the storm, and it's less than 100 miles now from making landfall here in the Big Bend region of Florida. So let's go ahead and draw a little ruler out, and we can kind of see from the eye to mainland, we're about 75 miles away, and to Tallahassee about 100 miles away, 95 miles away at this point. So as we're kind of getting into the home stretch here with the radar, we really want to pay attention to little wobbles, little differences that will cause differences within where the storm can be making landfall. Right now, the thought process is that it's kind of on a northern track, so it's kind of make landfall. We're going to be looking at Jefferson, Taylor, maybe Wakulla counties as the area for a potential landfall hurricane. You notice the eye wall kind of going through a replacement cycle, but as we look at Cross City, some areas into the Big Bend and the Panhandle, that's where we're going to start to see more of that rotation work, or more of that bands, I should say, work its way through. You'll notice now in Tallahassee, we're starting to get more of that yellow shading. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit. The rain is starting to pick up a little bit as Idalia starts to make its close pass here into the Big Bend region and into the capital city area. As it's about 4:18 right now. We've got another couple of hours before Idalia starts to make landfall. And then a few hours after that, Idalia is a quick mover, so we'll get the kind of clear out of the way pretty quickly. We have done a lot on the radar tour. I want to go check that tornado warning real quick. I wouldn't be surprised if it expires in the next couple of minutes, just because, we've got a new tornado warning now. So another tornado warning just popped up. I will read the latest off of that. Wauchula, Zolofo Springs, that's going to be in that area. Just kind of going back and forth between the two tornado warnings. Let's take a look at this one here. This is almost where we had a tornado warning earlier in the day. Let's pop up velocity and kind of see that couplet. Oh yeah, there's that couplet. So what I'm talking about when I say couplet is the greens and reds coming together. And when the green and red are touching, that means they're very close together. So that's going to be indicative of a tornado. And again, this warning is going to be going until 4:45, so about another 25 minutes associated with that. And then this tornado warning here, rotation is starting to weaken itself out. So now we're going to pass things off to Elizabeth, who's going to have more on the overview and the tropics as a whole.
Yeah, so a decent amount of stuff is going on in the tropics right now besides Idalia right now. So a wide look at the entire Atlantic basin right now. Actually, we're going to start with Doak Campbell Stadium right now. Started to see those clouds move in. It looks like a few raindrops are making it in on the camera right now. So starting to see these tropical storm conditions in our area right now. It is a little breezy outside. A wide view of the Atlantic, of course, we have Hurricane Idalia. Here we have Hurricane Franklin. That is a Category 3 hurricane right now. That is going to be moving out to sea, but that's going to cause some rough surf along the eastern seaboard. And we do have Tropical Depression 11 off of the coast of Africa. Has a 50% chance of development over the next week. But again, that is just going to go off to sea. So not our biggest concern right now. Of course, our biggest concern right now is Hurricane Idalia, which we have been talking about for the last 12 hours almost. It is currently a Category 3 storm. Winds are 125 miles an hour. Pressure is dropping still, 941 millibars there. It is still expected to make landfall in just about 4 hours or so. Still in this Big Bend area. We've been seeing it wobble back and forth a little bit, so we aren't really going to know exactly where it's going to make landfall until very, very close, which is kind of unfortunate with these kinds of storms, especially such an unprecedented event. It's forecasted to have 130 mile per hour winds by later this morning on Wednesday, which is today, obviously. So we will go to our next slide, which is this. Oh, this is in Cedar Key right now. Conditions are extremely, they are starting to deteriorate here as well. It's kind of a little pixelated, but it is rainy and windy there as we're seeing those rain bands come onto the coast right now. So here is Idalia on visible satellite. You can see that eye in here. It's kind of hard though to see these storms at night, but you can sort of tell as you get into the center right here, those higher cloud tops, which are those more intense storms in the middle of the storm, which that is going to help intensify it. Hurricane hunters have been in and out of the storm all night and all morning. This looks like, though, this was a flight from a while ago. This is when it still had wind speeds of 90 miles per hour. That has then obviously intensified by a lot. 125 is what we're looking at right now for the storm. And radar right now, seeing some strong bands of storms. We had talked about those two tornado warned storms that are in central Florida right now. So again, more threats than just rain and wind with the storms, tornadoes and storm surge, just like we've been talking about all night. We are noticing it is starting to take a more northeasterly track, but it's still sort of wobbling a little bit. So we're going to be keeping track of that for you until it makes landfall, or if we lose power, whatever comes first. I guess we can zoom into Tallahassee here, starting to see these bands come through. We have these oranges, a few little red spots, which is very heavy rain and some gustier winds. We were already seeing in some of the coastal counties wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, which is almost hurricane force, very strong tropical storm force winds, and that is coming along on the coast right now, and you kind of see the eye wall down there. So now I'm going to pass it off to Ian, and he's going to talk more about prep.
Yeah, thank you. Kind of broadened out.
Saffir-Simpson scale. So this is the thing that pretty much everyone is familiar with. All right, we have the categories 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, but this doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. The Saffir-Simpson scale is only based on wind speeds. Okay, and what we've talked about all show, and what most of us know nowadays, is that most of the effects of hurricanes are based on storm surge. All right, it's not the wind that kills you; it's the water. All right, the wind is what pushes the water on shores, but again, it's not the wind itself; it's storm surge. Okay, so at a Category 1, damage is minimal. Winds are between 74 and 95 miles per hour, and that storm surge is about 3 to 4 feet. All right, so pretty high, all right, but manageable. Okay. Now, when we go on to a Category 2, things are starting to get a little bit more intense. All right, storm surge of 5 to 8 feet. That is higher than the average person. This is where we start to struggle a little bit. Winds 96 to 110 miles per hour. So Obviously, winds are strong across this whole spectrum here, but these are starting to get a little bit more stronger. Now, as we get to a Category 3 and higher is what designates a major hurricane, okay? So this is 111 miles per hour all the way up to 130 miles per hour. All right, this is where our current Hurricane Idalia is at right now. It's at 125 miles per hour, so at the upper end of a Category 3. And again, the National Hurricane Center is forecasting it to reach 130 miles per hour, which is good for a Category 4 hurricane. But again, as I discussed earlier on the wall, this is mainly just semantics. It's not really going to change much of the damage and the risks here. So again, with this, major damage to the exterior of homes, expect roof damage, shingles, power lines snapped, outages could last for weeks, especially in areas with poor infrastructure, and the coastal flooding is likely, especially 9 to 12 feet of storm surge. That's almost 2 humans on top of each other on the upper echelon of that. So again, this is a major issue. Now, as we go on to a Category 4, this is where things start to get really bad. 131 miles per hour all the way up to 155 miles per hour. We saw Franklin here reach, I think it was 150 miles per hour, so upper end of a Category 4, almost a Category 5, but again, at that point, it's semantics. It doesn't actually change much here. All homes near the coast are flooded with several feet of water, significant damage to roofs and exterior walls. This is where we start to see some of these roofs even just come up all the way. So there won't be a roof left after a storm like this. And these power outages can last for months. All right, this is something we saw with Hurricane Ian last year, as we still see houses down there that don't have roofs. All right, and this is a Category 4. We're not even at the highest one. With the Category 5, most homes near the coast are completely underwater. No water power. Areas will likely be uninhabitable. That's a word I've seen the National Hurricane Center throw around a little bit for some of these really intense hurricanes, and it really does mean a lot. Roofs are blown off, and most homes are a total loss. All right, and as we go to the storm surge, again, like I said, this is what we're really concerned about, the storm surge. All right? At normal sea level here, 3 feet, okay, that's inundating most houses. 6 feet, 12 feet, houses are completely underwater. And if you're stuck in this house, you have nowhere to go. This is why we're concerned. This is why we have evacuations. If you're in an evacuation zone, you must heed these evacuations. You cannot survive 12 feet of storm surge. You can't. So, some during storm advice. Stay aware. Listen for emergency alerts. Take refuge. Stay in storm shelters or a secure building and avoid flood waters. Turn around. Do not drown. It is very hard to tell how deep a body of water is, and this is why we see so many people drive into waters thinking they can get across, and they can't. Right? Turn around, do not drown. Pay attention to local officers after a storm passes. Avoid electrical equipment and flood water. Do not go up to down power lines. It is very dangerous. Save phone calls for emergencies, and document damages for insurances. And post-storm warnings. Do not wade through floodwaters. Don't run generators inside buildings or near vents. This is a big killer. We see this every year after hurricanes. After the storm has passed, people are running their generator trying to get power, and they end up dying because they run it in a place with poor ventilation. And please do not touch down power lines. Bad idea. And now we're going to go through some of the hazards here. If I can go to the next data set, here we go. So we're going to be looking at some of the most recent model runs here. This is the GFS here, making landfall at 8:44 a.m. So we are approaching that. It's about 4:30-ish right now, so we're about 4 hours away from this landfall. We've been on air since 1 p.m., and we're getting to that landfall time. So this is getting real, guys. If you're in this area, be aware. You're going to be getting the eye wall pretty soon. Anywhere along the Big Bend region is possible here. The GFS has the storm pushing northeastward across the state, across Georgia, and eventually ejecting out onto the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the Euro has a little bit, pretty much the same solution here. We had some model disagreements coming up to today, and this is why we're not really relying on the models anymore, because we are only 4 hours out. There is only so much discrepancy we can have. All right, we are now casting, we are watching the storm real time and how it evolves. All right, the Euro has it pushing near the same region, and it's going to be ejecting out of the Atlantic after it passes through Georgia and possibly the Carolinas here. Here's that Weather Prediction Center flood potential that I was talking about on the wall over here. We got that moderate risk here for portions of the northern Florida coast here. Look about just south of Tallahassee and Leon County, and some slights up here through Georgia and South Carolina and Virginia through the Mid-Atlantic. And tomorrow, this is where we're going to be really seeing that moderate is stretching all the way through these areas, ejecting out towards Virginia. This is going to be this track that the storm is going to take. It's going to be going very fast, but it's going to be dumping a lot of rain as it does that. Here's the GFS rainfall forecast. We can see those yellows and oranges are upwards of 10 inches of rain here. So Again, here in Tallahassee, we're expecting a lot of rainfall and across the mid-Atlantic as well. And Euro is going to be a very similar story here, 10 inches of rain across the mid-Atlantic. So again, this is what we're talking about. Hurricanes are a multifaceted threat. And we got storm surge warnings across here. This is the big thing that we're worried about. As we go through here, this is an unprecedented flood event that we have potentially coming up here. So we'll be back with you at 5 a.m. here for another update. Stay safe. We're going to get you through this. All right, we're getting close to landfall. So catch us at 5. Thank you.
when it's. All right, thanks for tuning in to FSU Weather. It's currently 5 a.m. here in Tallahassee. We just got our 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane Idalia is now a Category 4 storm with sustained winds of 130 miles an hour, internal pressure of 940 millibars, and we'll look at that new track a little later on in this coverage. Still looking at downtown Tampa right now. It looks like the worst of the rain has passed. It is still a little cloudy, so don't rule out a stray shower or thunderstorm just yet, but it looks like the worst is gone there. We are getting some more rain up in Jacksonville. This is one from Jacksonville. It is cloudy and dark, but it doesn't look like any rain is on the camera just yet. Still looking at the Cedar Key camera, which it's very dark. It is very scary there right now. We saw some videos of some flooding that is already happening in that city right now, and it is only just the beginning of what is going to be another long, at least 3 hours until the storm makes landfall. So here is the storm right now. Here is the eye right here. Can we get how far this is away from landfall real quick? I believe last hour it was like 90-ish miles away. So it is still moving north. We saw it move northeast a little bit, but it looks like it's wobbling a little bit back to the west. So again, we are just going to have to see how this turns out. Starting to see some of the stronger rain bands in the Tallahassee area, especially as we get down to the coast where we do have that storm surge. So, okay, we are 70 miles away from landfall right now. This is moving at 18 miles per hour, I believe is what the advisory is saying. Can we see how far it is from Tallahassee right now? It's probably about 90 maybe. That's kind of what it's a little bit like 20 miles. All right, about 90 miles away from Tallahassee right now. So this eye is strengthening. We are now at a Category 4 storm. We still have the tornado watch in effect for Taylor County all the way down to Lee County on the coast. And it looks like we, I don't remember if this watch was still here, but it looks like that is also extended to I-95 in Central Florida. If we can zoom in here on Tallahassee to look at more of these bands we're starting to get right now. So a few of these spots do have some heavy showers and like these yellows and the oranges that are moving just east of Tallahassee right now. If we could go down just a little bit to look actually to see how close the center of the storm is right now. So here are these stronger storms here. It's still on the west side of the storm. We thought maybe it was going to start to move back to the east side like how it normally does, but it looks like stronger conditions are going to be on the western side of the storm. So the impacts of onto Tallahassee from this storm are still a little unknown, at least until we know exactly where it's going to make landfall. If it makes landfall a little more south and east or more towards us, that is still something that we are about 3 hours out right now. So if we can go down to Central Florida to look at some of those rain bands down there, it looks like south of I-4 should be done. Well, not in Orlando. We did see a few tornado warnings in this area right here, and they are still under a watch until 6 a.m. Some stronger storms up I-95 heading into Daytona Beach right now. If we could head more towards Tampa right now, seeing how those storms are doing. Some small little thunderstorms down by Ruskin. We'll have these in Brandon and Bloomingdale and Riverview area. A few small showers, it looks like, are heading onshore onto Pinellas County right now. So maybe not quite done just yet. Can we go a little bit more south to see if this doesn't tell how big the impacts of this storm is? I don't know what is. We have some more strong storms that are heading onshore just west of Fort Myers right now. So those are going to bring possibly tropical storm force winds into that area. And can we zoom out one more time? Thank you very much. So it's important that we know when we talk about the cone, that is tracking the center of the storm. and that is how we know where it might make landfall. But although it may seem like a storm isn't going to hit you, look at the impacts that the storm is making. It is already about 70 miles out from landfall, but we're still seeing impacts down into southwestern Florida. And as these rain bands move around the storm like this, we could be seeing some gusty winds up into Panama City and in Apalachicola right now. So I'm going to move on to the IR satellite right here. So these darker colors around the eye of the storm right here, those are very strong thunderstorms, so that is going to help intensify this storm, which is most likely why they were able to upgrade it to a Category 4 storm, especially on this west side as we head into the last frame on this graphic here. And this is still, you can sort of see how it is still trying to go east, but it's still wobbling just a little bit, so we'll just have to keep track of that. On visible satellite right now, we can see that eye on there, right there. It is a little hard to see at night because of the way that the satellite is, but you can sort of see those higher cloud tops as you get a little bit closer to the center, and it looks like we are able to add a little bit more moisture around the storm like that. So I'm going to go back to the radar just to look at it one more time. So the eye is just about 70 miles out from landfall, depending on if it's in the bend here or if it goes more south into like Taylor County or down by Cedar Key. It's still up in the air, but we are going to be on here as it makes landfall or when we lose power, whichever comes first, so that you all know the latest on what is happening with the storm. Idalia is now a Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour, and it has a pressure of 940, so that is dropping, which means it's getting stronger. So at this point, you cannot leave. If you decided to stay, it is way too late. Not that you should be leaving at 5 o'clock in the morning anyways. You need to be in your safe place. This storm is going to have life-threatening storm surge, flooding, and high winds, so it's very important that you are keeping track of what's going on. I'm going to pass it over to Chandler, though, to talk more about what is happening as far as impacts go to areas.
Thank you for that, Elizabeth. So what are we covering right now? We're covering all this rain and this system that's making its way towards the Big Bend region. And even here in Tallahassee, we're seeing the rain fall. It might be a little bit hard to see in this video, but we have a lot of downpours heading onto I-10 rest area just outside of Tallahassee. But this has been something that we started to see unfold here in the last couple of hours, and it's really getting going in the last half an hour. But we're not the only place that is seeing all this rain. Of course, there's many other places. Let's go over to one of our neighboring counties, Jefferson County, and they are also seeing quite a bit of rain. You can probably take this, or you can probably see this a little bit better, but you see all this like fog. It's all this really heavy downpours. You see the cars having to try to drive on the road. We really suggest you guys try to avoid that if all possible, just because of how dangerous driving conditions are, and the roads themselves are going to be very wet. Of course, you have issues where roads, they have, maybe they, especially after a hot day, they can be slick from oil. But then you add on top of that the rain, and it just adds on to a more chaotic situation. So we are having those deteriorating conditions across the Big Bend region. So that is something that we're keeping a track of. Another deteriorating condition is the electrical power. So we're looking at Taylor County, up to 3,000 people almost out of power, and there are about, or 3,000 households at least. And there are about 14,000 households or facilities that require power. So there's a pretty decent fraction in Taylor County. This is actually the largest fraction in the state. We also have Dixie County, which is seeing almost 1,000 facilities without power, of 10,600. So again, we're starting to see those numbers roll in. The storm hasn't even made landfall yet, so those strongest winds have not reached the area. This is mostly due from tropical storm force winds, maybe a few hurricane wind gusts, but overall we're seeing quite a bit of power being lost in the Big Bend region, and we'll see more of that across areas in Leon County, Jefferson County, Wakulla County as well, because of the tropical storm force winds and even some hurricane wind gusts. So that is something that we're keeping track of. Now, we were keeping track of earlier today, our friends down along the peninsula, of course, we saw a lot of rain bands sweeping the peninsula, causing a lot of mayhem. Now things are calmed down. You can see the raindrops still on the camera, but the clouds look a little less angry. That's because, of course, the system has moved its way north, and it is avoiding the peninsula now. It's skirting by the peninsula, making its way towards the Big Bend, and that's us. We're going to see rain and some strong winds. So that is the main story for us. But let's move on and talk about the unprecedented event that this is. So in this area, this Big Bend region, we have seen 0 major hurricanes that is Category 3 or higher. So we've never seen one of those enter this area. Usually because of steering currents, we see storms either peel off to the west and go towards places like Louisiana or Pensacola. We also see storms peel into the bay, into Tampa Bay, or into Southwest Florida, like we saw with Ian. So usually we see that the steering currents usually are not well organized enough to direct a storm into our region. But why is that happening? It is because we have a high over the Florida region, and what that's causing is we have a high over this Florida peninsula, and then we have a frontal system stalled out that is trying to pick back up and become a cold front, quote-unquote cold front, over the Alabama-Georgia area. And so we have this front that's right here that's pushing, and then we have this high that's directing it northward. So we have this pushing it towards the east, the front pushing it towards the east, and then the high pushing it northward. So it's just the perfect setup, perfect as in the direction, perfect as in directing the storm into this area, but not perfect for people in the area itself. Of course, this is not an ideal situation. We see that there's a decent amount of rain bands with this system, and overall, we are going to have to keep on monitoring that. But we've had evacuation orders. We've been covering that in places like Jefferson County, in Taylor County, Dixie County. A lot of evacuations. Of course, earlier today, there were a lot of people evacuating from Cedar Key, but now we're seeing that that's actually, the storm's more so moving north of them, which even still, the direction of this storm, of course, it's rotating counterclockwise. What that means is the water is being funneled from the north around the back end of the low and into Cedar Key and the western coast of the peninsula. So Cedar Key is still going to see a lot of storm surge, even if they don't see all the wind. They have been seeing a decent amount of wind, though, and a decent amount of rain. So overall, their conditions have been quite deteriorating. So here we have the autonomy of a hurricane. We've been talking about the eye a lot, and that is the main component. It directs where this storm is going to go, and the eye is just basically where the deepest, lowest pressure is in a system. So we have the low pressure system in the very middle, and wherever it goes is where the whole entire system goes, unless we're talking about a very high shear environment, which just means we have weak winds near the surface and strong winds aloft, and that can cause the system to tilt and disrupt its movement. But then next to that is the eye wall. The eye wall is where the strongest winds are and usually the heaviest rain, and that's something that, important to keep in mind. Of course, for us, our conditions will be very dependent upon where the eye moves, because that eye wall could affect us, it could not. This is a very small eye, or this system has a very small eye, so the eye wall is also pretty small. So conditions can be very drastically, can change drastically depending upon a 20-mile shift in the eye. Then we have the rain bands, which we've been covering all throughout this coverage throughout the peninsula and now here in the Big Bend. But to cover more about the current conditions, we're going to toss things over to Ian at the wall.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Or Chandler, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Wow.
We are going to be taking a look. It's been a day. We're going to be taking a look here at Tampa right now, a live cam over in Tampa. And right now, things are looking much clearer than it did earlier. Right now, things have seemed to have dried off. We had some pretty strong bands that moved through earlier.
Hey, Chandler.
That prompted some tornado watches, some tornado warnings. We've been seeing some tornado warnings.
How's the
impact
wobble doing?
Orlando area, and we'll take a look at that in a second here. But right now in Tampa, things look all clear. Certainly avoided the worst of the storms. Some of those model outlooks we were seeing a few days ago were not pretty for it. Here in Jacksonville, things aren't too bad right now. It's kind of hard to see at night. Hopefully we'll get the sun to come up in pretty shortly here. It's 5:15 a.m. So hopefully in the next 2 hours we'll start to see some better imagery out of these cameras. And here is Cedar Key, and this is obviously, we can't see much here. Hopefully we get the sun rising here and see maybe some of those surge impacts we're expecting here with that counterclockwise motion pushing water into Cedar Key and into portions of the Big Bend here. But again, here is the overall radar look. That's what I was saying, that tornado watches are all through here. Looks like there's no tornado warnings at the moment. We did have some tornado warnings impacting the Orlando metro area a few hours ago, but things look all clear for now. Let's go ahead and zoom into that wall if you can for me, Josh. That eye wall, excuse me here. So sort of an interesting radar presentation that we're seeing here. There's been some rumors about an eye wall replacement cycle. We've been talking about it all night, but I think it might be happening here as we speak. We see sort of that eye here, still really small, not really moving much. Current motion here is 18 miles per hour to the northeast here, but sort of hard to see here as it becomes kind of embedded here in this larger eye wall. So we'll have to see what's going on here, how this progresses in the next few hours. But if that is occurring, that might put a lid on further intensification. However, it may also expand the wind field. So right now the wind field is the radius of max wind at least is confined to this small area here right around the eye. This intense ring of thunderstorms around the eye we were talking about it earlier with that lightning activity, which is something we don't really see often in tropical cyclones, but we were seeing it in this storm. It's indicative of the very strong nature of the storm here, and this is where we're going to be seeing those strong winds. Right. As per the latest advisory, this is a Category 4 hurricane right now. It's 130 miles per hour. It did jump up 5 miles per hour from 125 before. We've said it all night, but this is not going to be a huge difference. It is mainly for naming purposes. 125 miles per hour versus 130 isn't a huge deal, but it is a Category 4 hurricane now officially. 130 miles per hour. Pressure is down to 940 millibars, so we'll have to see if we see any more deepening, perhaps touch into the 930s before we make landfall here, expected within the next 3 hours or so here, as the storm does track north or northeast here. So again, regions up into the Big Bend area are the target zone for our landfall. If we can zoom into Tallahassee, I'd like to see what the current band situation is. So yeah, we have this next band that's starting to push through the Tallahassee area. As we can see, we've got a pretty steady rainfall that we've been observing here at the studio here. Not too bad of winds right now, just some gusty winds, but these conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate as the storm pushes generally northward. Again, how close that eye gets to our area is going to determine the extent of the wind damage that we're going to see here. Right now we still have power. Things are it's just a steady rain right now and gusty, but these bands are pushing in, and the closer we get to the center, the stronger these winds are going to be expected to be. So we're going to take a look here at the satellite presentation, and again, this satellite presentation is interesting here because it's not something you'd expect to see here out of a strong Category 4 hurricane. It has sort of degraded here in the past few hours, and this might be because of that replacement cycle we've been talking about all night, and it might actually be happening now. We do see an intense ring of thunderstorms right here on this western side right there. You see that? That bursted up, and we could see that northwest quadrant really filling up. For a while there, on the radar at least, this northwest quadrant was really dry. It was devoid of precipitation, but in the past few hours we have seen that fill in, and that's likely because of that convective burst we've seen on the western side of it. But again, eye still visible, all right, not as defined as it was earlier, but it is still there. So again, we're watching the system track northeast here at 18 miles per hour. And again, at the visible satellite, we can't see much yet because it is not day, but hopefully when day comes, we'll get a better look at that visible satellite and hopefully get some better clues to the Idalia's structure. So I'm going to pass things over to Elizabeth for a look at our outlook.
Yeah. So next, we're going to go over the current track. So we do have a new advisory out from the National Hurricane Center that came out at 5 o'clock today. Well, I did it again. We're going to start with our Tallahassee camera right now. This is looking at Doak Campbell Stadium. A few raindrops on the camera, starting to see those storm clouds roll in. Again, it's a dark night. It's going to be a stormy night as well. So, so a whole look at the tropics. The only thing that is really important right now is going to be Hurricane Idalia right now, which is at a Category 4. It was just upgraded 130 miles an hour. It's moving north-northeast at 18 miles per hour. You can see that center right there. And so that is going to be moving into the area. It's going to make landfall and start to weaken by this afternoon. It'll be a Category 2 storm. So I'm going to pass it off to Chandler now, and we're going to talk a little bit about how to prepare for the storm. And
well, first we'll cover actually the track of the storm. So again, this is Cedar Key. We've been talking about Cedar Key. That's what we were originally thinking for the hurricane tracking into Cedar Key instead. But now we are really seeing the situation evolve, and overnight we've really seen a more northern jog. But visible satellite shows again the clouds, and as Ian said, we get a better view as daylight approaches, but we can still see it's trying to clear out that eye. Of course, that eye is also really small. We also have the aircraft reconnaissance, so we have a lot of data coming in from aircraft. So that is something we're finding very valuable these past several hours. They've been going hour in, hour out, basically at least one flight in, maybe 2 airplanes in at a time. It's just been a lot of hard work on their part to get the data that feeds into the models that I'm going to show you here in a second. But first, live radar, again, really getting close, really getting down to that crunch time. We have those rain bands coming and sweeping across the peninsula. And here in Tallahassee, we're still seeing a really large rain band just sitting right on top of us. So a lot of rain and just deteriorating conditions. But again, pretty good model consensus, but now we're talking, again, that eye is really small. So when we're talking about a very small eye, one of the situations is just a small change in the track can cause really different hazards for people. So here in Tallahassee, we could see worse conditions if one of these more northern tracks verifies. The tracks down here, we would see a little bit less with regards to the conditions. But overall, we're looking at a good a bad setup here for the Big Bend region entirely. And we see that the NHC is still hugging that eastern trend. Also with the water vapor imagery, we can see that this system is still sitting in a wet pocket of air, so no dry air really to choke it out. And the sea surface temperatures, again, it's feeding off of them. They're really warm right here next to the coastline, a lot of warm sea surface temperatures. But now I think I'm going to toss things over to Ian, and he's going to talk a little bit more about what we can do as we're enduring this storm and what we can do after this storm, and tell us a little bit more about the Saffir-Simpson scale.
Yeah, sure, Chandler. Again, the Saffir-Simpson scale, I'm sure many of you are aware of, but it is the primary mode of categorizing hurricanes. The Saffir-Simpson scale is actually only based on wind speed, and we know now that most of the damage comes from storm surge, all right? And storm surge is driven by winds, so they are correlated, but again, it is primarily driven by wind speed. So a Category 1 hurricane is 74 to 95 miles per hour. Again, minimal damage, maybe some shingles lost and some power outages, and maybe some branches down. Storm surge is only 3 to 4 feet, which can still be significant, but nothing like the stuff we'll see towards the end of the Saffir-Simpson scale. So for a Category 2, those winds are going to be up to 96 to 110 miles per hour, and the storm surge is all the way up to potentially 8 feet. So that is much taller than the average person. We're seeing noticeable roof damage, near total power loss, outages can last for days, and numerous downed trees. Right? So this is starting to get more severe here. Now when we get to Category 3, that is the threshold for a major hurricane. So this is what Idalia was, and now it's a Category 4 as of the last update. But Category 3, again, extends from 111 miles per hour all the way up to 130 miles per hour. Storm surge 9 to 12 feet. 12 feet, that's more than 2 of the average people, right? That is not survivable. This is where things are starting to get really, really terrible. Coastal flooding is likely, power lines snapped completely, and these outages could last for weeks. Major damage to the exterior of homes. And if we go on to Category 4, 13 to 18 feet of storm surge. You cannot survive 13 to 18 feet of storm surge. That is above sea level, right? That is almost 3 humans stacked on top of each other. All homes near the coast are flooded with several feet of water, and power outages can last for months. And by Category 5, things are a total loss. So again, that's the Saffir-Simpson scale. In terms of storm surge, again, this is measured from normal sea level. Okay, so the wind is literally blowing the water up. So 3 feet, 6 feet, and all the way up to 12 plus feet. 12 feet was Category 3, and we're up to Category 4 with Idalia. So this is why we are so concerned about regions in the Big Bend, because again, that storm surge is really going to be terrible. So for some during storm advice, make sure to stay aware, listen to emergency alerts, stay in your shelter, and avoid floodwaters at all costs. Some post-storm advice, pay attention to local officials for info and instructions. Avoid electrical equipment at all costs and the floodwater. Please turn around, do not drown. And save your phone calls for emergencies and to document damages for those insurance companies so you make sure to get your stuff back after the storm. Please do not drive into floodwaters right there. Do not wade through floodwaters. Don't walk into them. Don't drive into them. Stay away from them. It's the water that kills people in hurricanes, and it's not the wind. Do not run generators inside buildings. We see this every single year. People run generators inside buildings and with poor ventilation, and they die from carbon monoxide poisoning. It's terrible. Please do not do it. And please, for the love of everything, do not touch down power lines. That is a terrible idea. That is how you get yourself electrocuted. I am going to pass things right back over to Chandler to talk about hazards.
Yeah, so now we're going to talk about hazards. We just now reviewed what you can expect post-storm, what those kind of hazards look like. But we'll still cover, since the storm is still here, the actual storm hazards. So we still have hurricane warnings across the Big Bend region and across the peninsula, stretching into Georgia and South Carolina, because the storm is going to maintain hurricane intensity until it reaches the Atlantic Ocean again. We also have tropical storm warnings across the area and a few tropical storm watches up in the Carolinas. So the GFS forecast, wind speeds, we have the eye forecast to make landfall somewhere around 9:43 a.m. And it is saying in between Jefferson and Taylor County, if this were to happen, Tallahassee would see a lot major impacts, including really strong winds and very heavy rain. We're already seeing pretty heavy rain, but imagine that times 2, times 3. But again, the winds would be the main thing. We'd see a lot stronger winds up to hurricane strength, sustained, not just gust. And then we see GFS carrying it out into the deep south. But then we have the Euro, which has the eye making landfall in the middle of Taylor County. This would mean less effects here in Tallahassee, but still we are experiencing a lot of rain and some strong gusts, and we'll probably see a few hurricane gusts even with this run. Now with the flood potential today, we've really entered the new day. So now what we've been talking about as tomorrow is today. We have the 3 out of 4 risk for flooding across the deep south, the southeast, from Tallahassee all the way up to Wilmington. For tomorrow, really, it's all just about the Outer Banks for their flood risk as the storm continues to linger off the coast. Now, GFS rainfall shows a lot of rain in our area. Of course, it has it making landfall really close by, which correlates with the heaviest rain being right on top of us in Tallahassee. Now, looking at the Euro's track, it's a little bit further to the east, but even still, we're going to see a decent amount of rainfall, and this is on top of what we're already seeing. So we're going to see somewhere around 3 to 5 additional inches if the Euro verifies. So one last thing, of course, as Ian mentioned, the real taker of lives is storm surge, and we have storm surge warnings from Apalachicola all the way down to the Bay, Tampa Bay, and we also have storm surge warnings up in the Georgia and South Carolina coastline. They are going to have to start thinking about these storm surge, which it won't maybe be as bad as the Category 5 or 4, but still significant. Talking about significant, we're going to really be covering a lot more of this storm going into 6 o'clock. We'll have continuous coverage all the way until it makes landfall and through landfall, so stay tuned.